up, honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while? I'm gon' call my crew, you gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to C's, put the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Imaginary ends is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gas strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girl, fool.
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, internet? How's it going out there? Hope everyone's doing well and good. I hope you're having a good Friday. Happy Friday to all the Monday to Fridayers out there. Congratulations, you made it through another week. I am so behind. Still, I'm just perpetually so behind. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know if I'll ever have enough clips again. I don't know how this has happened. Before I had too many clips, now I don't have enough clips. You hate to see it. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying. I'm doing my best, okay? That's what I'm doing. My best and nothing more. I did get some stuff out. I'm just hoping I can make so many more clips today. I was editing so long, I fucking, fucked up my shoulder. I, couldn't lift it. So I only got, 1 day of editing, and then I, actually had to rest and just, use the heating pad and watch TV and shit. So I did get that in, at least. A little cat cuddle time and trash TV. That was nice. That was nice. But then I had to do, 3 days of dishes today when my shoulder was better. So that sucked. Still haven't done the weeds. So that's stressing me out. Just watching them grow. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Why is it so hard to be alive and do all the things? Oh yeah, I also had 3 or 4 loads of laundry to do somehow today. I thought I did laundry last week. Maybe not. I don't know. I just missed everything. I don't really know. Just so much shit to do all the time. All the time. And I didn't even get to vacuum or dust like I wanted to. Spray the weeds. I did, but then it rained. You see? So then I have to pull them and spray them again. It's better to pull the big ones and stuff. You know? It lasts longer that way. But it rained directly after I sprayed. Right after. 15 minutes later. So I don't know how much soaked into the weeds. That's annoying. I don't know if it's done raining yet or if it'll just rain next time I pull weeds. I'm cursed, I guess. I don't know. I tried posting longer TikToks just to see if people watch them. It seems about the same. So I don't know. It's hard to say. But I have to just, I don't know, focus on clipping more, being more clippable. I don't know. I think that's the hard part is when I'm really engaged in a stun lock or whatever, I'm just focusing on my thoughts and trying to formulate them. So I forget to clip it. Posting every day, 7 days a week at the same time, 12, 6, 7. Yeah, I've been doing 12 and 4 or 5. More or less. I still don't have enough clips to do 3 times a day. I never did. I can do that like once a week at most. It's so much work. I don't know. My browser is like glitching out. Weird. Can be 4 or 5, needs to be 4 or 5 specifically, then the same time every day. Yeah, my computer's been acting kind of weird. Why is it doing that? The fuck? Can you not? Hold on, I'm gonna refresh Spotify and see if that helps. Weird. I don't like that. Hoodie looks too big. It looks good though. It's very big. It's like a dress, but I like it like that. It's very comfy. Huge. Yeah. I should have expected Hassan's line to be carrying like extra large, big and tall shit. I'll remember that. But no, I love a big hoodie. It's like how I buy them usually anyway. If I'm wearing a hoodie, like I just want to be in like a giant blanket, you know? I have like a few like form-fitting hoodies and I just never wear them because like if I'm in a hoodie, like I just want to be a rectangle. I am rectangular. This song is such a fucking earworm. It should be a crime.
I traveled 1,000 kilometers to New York City to do this.
I want the full song.
Rectangular. I feel it in my bones. I am rectangular. I feel no hole. I am rectangular. And you are a circle. I am rectangular. I feel no hole. I am rectangular. And you are a circle. I am rectangular. I'm a lost soul. I am rectangular. The world is a circle. I am rectangular.
Damn, dude. Why isn't it a whole song?
I traveled 1,000 kilometers
Like,
to New York
this is his profile. Why is it? He just made this song specifically for TikTok.
City to do this.
I'm playing it again.
I am rectangular. I feel it in my bones. I am rectangular. I feel no hole. I am rectangular. And you are a circle. I am rectangular.
I fill no hole.
I feel no
What does that mean?
hole. I am rectangular. And you are a circle. I am rectangular. I'm a lost soul. I am rectangular. The world is a circle. I am rectangular.
Oh, it's so good. What a bop. Anyway, yeah, no, I love the hoodie, especially the back. Like, this design's so sick. For anyone who hasn't seen it. Oh. Your brain on ideology. True. That's what too much theory does to a motherfucker. Real. Oh my god. There's so much happening. So we've got the Obama allegations, the gay Obama, whatever you prefer. And randomly, TheQuartering interviewed Amouranth today. On a whole bunch of shit. related to like sex work, AI, all kinds of shit. He ends up asking her about her vagina mold. It's a whole fucking thing. I don't know what even to start with. Probably the quartering thing, just because he makes me so angry. And the gay Obama thing mainly makes me laugh. And then we can go into dark history and then fun stuff. Yeah. There's like a lot of news too, but like I don't even have time for that. Who even has time for news? Nerds? Please. I would never do politics on this channel. Lame. Okay. This is so painful and funny. I hope you're prepared. Grab your popcorn. Fucking quartering, dude. I swear to God.
Hey! We are joined by the famous / infamous / oh, I'm doubling audio. That's me. Rookie mistake. Boomer audio. We are joined by the one and
Fascist audio.
only Amouranth. You might know her as Amouranth or Kate or Caitlin. She has many names. Thank you so much for sharing some of your time this Friday with me.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me. I'm excited.
The dichotomy of chat, dude. I just saw these two messages next to each other. Put some clothes on. Guys, I can fix her. Oh god. Why he ain't got no birth certificate. Part of date. What? Part of that. They're gay, homosexual, Hollywood elites, Illuminati. So true. So true. Patriot.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interview that's going to ruffle a little bit of feathers. Full disclosure, as we kind of talked a little bit offline, my opinion has changed over the year. I feel like I've made many videos about you, and
so many. He's so many. It's almost like he exclusively profits off of women and talking about them. It's crazy.
Some fair, but now I'm an old man, and my opinion around, my opinion of you has changed from, oh, this is some girl who's getting like thirsty guys, into like, oh my god, this is like a business genius.
And thank you.
I mean, you very well.
Wait, what about the rest of the sex workers though? What about all the other OnlyFans models? What about them?
Welcome. And there'll be some things that we agree on, some things we disagree on. But I actually think the struggles of content creation in both the sultry variety and maybe the anti-establishment or like non-mainstream opinion are actually pretty similar, in that we oftentimes have to monetize in unique ways, and we have to embrace new and alt tech. And 3 months ago,
bitch, you're not anti-establishment. You're not anti-establishment. You just can't monetize on YouTube anymore. Wait, no, he can probably. I don't even like what. How is he fucking anti-establishment at all?
You made a pretty bold move.
But isn't he a Trump guy?
Moving from Twitch. I don't know if it's exclusive or not. I feel like it is non-exclusive. Okay, and you've embraced Kick now.
Yeah.
How have you found that to be? I mean, for obvious reasons, so people out there know, if you're a creator with a ton of subscribers, which a subscriber on Twitch might be $5 a month or 10 or 15 depending. If you're Amouranth, it's probably $75 a month. But if you have all these existing subscribers, Twitch is taking a huge cut of that. Like YouTube takes 30% of super chats. So Kick came in as a new alt tech. I've been excited about Kick for streamers because I viewed Twitch as censorious and biased.
Because I love saying slurs. I love doing hate speech, and that was really exciting to me. And that's why I went to Kick and Rumble right away.
You may have also felt the same way, but for different reasons. So I find all these parallels in like in our types of content. So going to Kick, how have you found that transition? Did most of your viewers move over? How have you found? I mean, it's basically, the experience is very similar to Twitch for the viewer, but how have you? Because as somebody who is on Rumble now, how have you found that transition and people's willingness to accept a new platform?
I think it's been pretty awesome so far. The viewer transfer has been more difficult, but I think as Kick becomes bigger and more people are on there who will watch female streamers, that'll change. Because right now it's mostly like the big guy streamers on there. It's not a whole lot of diversity there yet. So the audience is very much either they love females and it's like a smaller amount, or they're like, no, not my thing, and they're younger and all that. So that part has been a little more difficult, but the website itself has been pretty great to me. Like the staff has been really, really good at listening.
Yeah, they're younger and also watching Aiden Ross, learning how to gamble. Great.
Listening to things, and they even ask me for advice too, like on like TOS, terms of service for dress code and things, like what makes sense. That seems
that feels good though, doesn't it?
Yeah. And their whole thing is they just want to be able to keep like the app on the App Store, right? So they're not against sexy girls or anything like on like a prude level. So they've been like seeking my advice for that, and that's been going really well. The coolest thing though, I think, is their ability to have like a setting. So all those people complaining about gambling or like, oh, I don't want hot tub girls coming to this site too, blah blah blah.
They love it though. I find the largest complainers are also the largest consumers.
That's true. The hate watching,
Mm-hmm.
Like you literally just admitted that you do a lot of videos on Amouranth. Are you also one of the largest consumers of her content? Just self-reporting. We are 5 minutes in, sir.
And hate fapping. True. So
all fapping is hate fapping.
It is. They have a setting that you can turn.
All fapping is hate fapping. Sir, are you okay? Please seek therapy. That's not true at all. I don't think that's good.
Off being able to see like gambling and hot tub section if you didn't want, or if you're like a parent with a kid, and you're like, I don't want them to be able to see that. You can just turn it off.
You know what I think about the Gamba outrage though? It's baloney sausage. It's it's fake outrage. Who cares?
No. Gambling is one of the addictions with the highest suicide rate. That's not fake. That's a very real statistic that you can look up. Hi, Dapper D. What's up? It's going pretty well. How are you?
To be honest, it mirrors the similar outrage of on Twitch, where it's like, oh my god, hot tub girls are invading my video games. Well, okay, but so what if Kick has Gamba ads? I mean, you watch any video you want, you can see ads. You can see. To me, it comes from a place of, and I won't ask you to name names, and I won't either to put you in a weird place.
Okay.
But there are a lot of people. See how kind I am.
Damn, my dad always had a bad gambling problem and was rough growing up, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sure that was shitty. It can really tear people and families apart. I'm sorry to hear that.
But there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people that morally virtue signaled about the gambling stuff, but we're also conveniently really tight with the purple company, and I felt like that was if of all the things you could have complained about,
Shut up.
the gambling connection to me did not really
Oh.
resonate with most people like me, because most people are
Right.
like, oh my god, a competitor, please. That's, with Rumble, Rumble and YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with there being competitors. I just don't want them to be safe havens for Nazis and gambling addicts and like whatever the fuck else. Like,
And I'm like,
he's much better these days. That's good. It was super rough. There's me who used a fruit machine once and went pound up and immediately withdrew. Yeah, I think it goes one of two ways with like children of addicts, right? You either like fall into it or you just avoid it forever. Um Definitely better to be the latter.
I don't care how Rumble is funded. Well, within reason. But it felt really it felt really how do I say? There was a level of jealousy there, especially when the way the deals were marketed. And a level of loyalty to a company that probably doesn't care too much about its creators.
No, they don't at all. Yeah. Yeah, they've done lots of things to show that, they're trying to take back. At one point, they tried to take back Twitch Primes. I know
Yeah.
they're cutting like the sub split if you had like a higher
I think they're still planning on removing Twitch Prime. Is that not true?
one. They're changing that to be just 50% for everybody. Little things like that, I think, have turned a lot of streamers away from it, as well as just like the way that Twitch is run with like the terms of service and the moderation team. They don't actually communicate with the rest of Twitch, the people who'd make the decisions on who to.
Rumble has literally 5 people on it. There's no jealousy. YouTube has never been jealous of anyone since its inception and most likely never will be. Yeah. That's the sad thing, is that if a platform were to compete with YouTube in any real sense, they would just buy it out, Because nothing compared to Twitch or YouTube. Yeah. Definitely not yet, at least. It's buggy and it's very small. And both have like lots of bots.
To ban and what for. And so a lot of times you'll just get like a blanket category like, oh, sexual content or whatever, without telling you what it was. And they don't have a clip or anything. So you can't even correct the behavior. It's
So lame.
really
That's exactly like
poorly
YouTube. When a video gets demonetized for me, it'll say, and like in general, outside of my interviews, in general, I keep everything family friendly. So I'm like, what do you mean? It'll say like
Family friendly. Sir, you pissed in your basement on stream. What do you mean a family friendly?
vulgarity or excessive cursing. I'm like, I didn't curse. Can you point me to the, they don't give you the timestamp, and then I'll appeal it, and then immediately like, no, it's definitely not good. I'm like, but what? I don't.
Yeah.
So
Probably the pissing in your basement and shit like that.
I find that very similar, where girls on Twitch, for example, I feel like there's some nerd.
What are the sort of viewpoints here? Are we reviewing these guys debating about it? What's the stance? Sorry, I came in late. It's still sort of the beginning. TheQuartering is trying to like confront Amouranth on OnlyFans and AI, her side hustles, how she is or isn't predatory towards men. Yeah, if you don't know Ammo, she's like she started on Twitch and then she does like OnlyFans, and now she moved to Kick. She does all kinds of shit. She's on everywhere, on every platform, doing all the things. She owns like a gas station now. She's like I think like, if not the most successful, one of the most successful women come from Twitch. TheQuartering, I don't know much about him except that he just hates women generally, uh, she milked the Twitch meta, right? Yeah. Yeah, she was always at the cutting edge of the hot tub meta. Yeah. But as for the quartering, he just talks shit. That's all I know. I don't care about adult creators, and I have in fact helped a few build the websites and do socials. Both her and quartering make their living skirting the guidelines, living complaining about the violations is annoying. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. And Amouranth is like, she admits later in this interview, is kind of a chud. She's not very, like, politically aware. And, like, to some extent, like, I can forgive people being the product of their circumstance. She grew up in Texas, in a Baptist church, and, you know, she has a lot of views that might be expected from that kind of upbringing. That's true. But I do have a whole lot more respect for Amouranth than I do for TheQuartering. I think Ammo is, like, much, much smarter about it. To compare them at all, I think, is not fair. Don't hate the player, hate the game, to be honest, yeah. Yeah, and, like, what Amouranth did, including getting banned, was, like, to pave the way and, like, make very clear the terms of service for women. She's becoming prosecuted enough to do sex work, but not enough to look into the politics. Come on, that's just giving her too much of a pass. I mean, what she says is that she's a moderate, which tells me that she's, like, aware enough to know that conservatives, like, they don't like her or what she does, and they, like, will never respect her. I think, like, it's just not something that she concerns herself with at all. She's literally always working. Literally, from the time she wakes up, eyes open, to the time they close at night, the chick is working. You know what I mean? She's not, like, chilling, listening to Hassan, for example. Like, that's just not what she's doing. I don't know. I don't want to, like, just give her a pass. I will still be critical of what she has to say coming up, for sure. But I just... TheQuartering is a dumbass. He's a dumbass and an asshole. He's been on Name Your Price, yeah. Been a big fan of Hassan and Austin Show. Yeah. And also, like, you have to consider that a lot of her fans are probably either not political or just are chuds. So, like, to just come out as being like, yeah, I'm a socialist, like, she will lose numbers. And she does have to consider that. And, like, as a businesswoman, I get why she would be like, I'm a moderate. You know what I mean? Are young too, right? That's true. Kind of lazy, but I suppose to get away with being an idiot and having an audience can't hate it. Yeah. That's how the world works these days. Yeah. You know, she keeps, like, a normie audience, like, she just does gaming, kind of, like, stays in her corner. I mean, it is an overtly political choice to talk to TheQuartering. You're making a political stance in itself there. And I don't know why she's doing this, to be honest. I'm curious what she thinks she'll get out of this, other than, like, new subscribers. Because he does stay plugging her channel the whole time. He says her website like 20 times. Why wouldn't she go on Hassan or H3? I mean, she has been on Hassan. She went on Hassan's like twice, I think, last year. And I think she was on H3 too, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't they interview her recently? Amouranth. Oh yeah. There was this like forever ago. Not recently. Yeah, this was a year ago. Was TheQuartering, but I heard he spouted utter crap. Yeah, he does. This episode title. They took a bath in crackers. That was funny as fuck. Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that he reached out to her to do this interview.
Who was like literally.
So, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he just like made a promise to like promote her. She does talk about a new product that she's releasing, which is insane. No spoilers. It's wild.
Literally measuring with a protractor how much thigh they could show, and if you like exceeded that percentage, or if your cleavage exceeded a percentage, then they were like, this is not okay. But there was like no real guidelines. And one thing I did want to ask you about, and this is something I feel like larger streamers, including yourself, do benefit from, although, you know, Twitch at that time anyway, you know, the double standard on Twitch, where, and I don't want you, I'm not inviting you to trash Twitch, because I know, why would you? It's still a platform that you may want to go back to at some point.
Well, I still stream on it every day.
Oh,
she was streaming this on Twitch today.
And you also
but
still use
I
it
don't
every
have
day.
a deal with them, so they're not, you know, I'm not being paid to speak good things.
Yeah. Okay, so let me reword this then. So of the people that left Twitch, what do you think their common?
Do you call yourself Complainy Leany because you played devil's advocate quite a lot, or genuinely because you like to complain? Do I? I don't try to. I do try to be empathetic. You know, I try to understand where people are coming from. But it was just a childhood nickname because I do complain a lot. So I guess both. Yeah. Don't let her fool you. Curious. Yeah. Yeah. I just got called that because I was always complaining. What I do.
For me, from the outside looking in, I felt like, well, okay, I make $1 million a year on subscriptions, okay, and I gross $1 million, and I net 500,000 after a 50-50 split. If I go to Kick, I make $1 million a year and I gross $1 million a year, or even if it was 95.5, I think, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 950. Give yourself a $400,000 raise to just change platforms. Actually, I screwed up. I want to go back. Sorry. I want to go back to your comment earlier about it's difficult to bring people over, because that actually like stuck on my heart because of Rumble. So I'm a YouTuber. I have, I don't know, 1.5 million subscribers or something.
Right.
But
yeah, there's no way he converted any good fraction of those over.
I don't like YouTube. I think that they're censorious. I think they shadow ban. I think they don't like people who have dissenting opinions. And so I try to support Rumble. Ever since I've started supporting Rumble, I feel like they've really been penalizing me. How do you think we together in the same journey can be more effective at...
Wait. He thinks he's been punished by YouTube since he went to Rumble? Source? What is he talking about?
Getting people to come over. Because right now, I bet you, so on YouTube, you know, I bet you, okay, well, I definitely have more people watching on Rumble, but it's difficult to get people to break that habit. what do you think the average user will need to actually say, oh, you know what, I'm gonna go support someone else?
It's difficult because every user has a different, I guess, like watch preference. Like some watch like a bunch of creators, some just watch one or two, right?
Yeah.
And so if they just watch one and that person moves, they'll go. But if they are the kind of person that like likes to stay connected and like hop around and check out like all the streamers they watch, if 3 of them have gone to like say Kick, but 7 of them are on Twitch, they're probably not gonna be as active on Kick.
You're right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
It's
think
just the preference, you know.
that's been the difficulty for me, especially as a creator who still relies on YouTube income. You know, YouTube income is still important to me. So I can't just be like, F YouTube. This is something most viewers and non-content creators.
This is so fucking absurd. Like, as if he hasn't made dozens of videos talking trash on her and everyone that does work like she does. Come on, man. Just throwing out views with no sources sounds good. Yeah. Yep. TheQuartering will do that. He does do that.
This is a divide we have. It's very easy to say screw YouTube and go to Rumble, but I would be making 1% of what I make the way it is. And so people have to get more creative. And I want to transition to some of your genius, in my opinion, investment choices. And like, there's no shame.
God, he's just glazing her. He's just like, oh, can I kiss your boot, mommy, please?
In having an advisor, but what in the hell made you decide, hey, I'm gonna buy a freaking gas station? Like what? Like what? I mean, I know you do very well financially, and I want to trade bank accounts with you, but you seem to have this foresight of.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna do that, bro. I don't think she's just gonna trade bank accounts with you. Why is he so jealous? He's like so bitter. Like, why can't I be a beautiful woman with tits?
Understanding. So I start a coffee company. You buy a gas station. There's different scales, but you
Right.
know clearly.
They'll say one thing online in their videos, but then be nice in person. Make no mistake, though, the flying spaghetti monster in the sky causing him to silently judge her. You ain't just saying it out loud. Yeah, that's fair. That's probably true. Still think she's going to hell for sure. God. Ugh. It's so gross. I hate that. Like the fake Midwest nice. Just the worst. The worst kind of human.
That we have as content creators, whether you are somebody who does OnlyFans or if you're somebody who just streams video games, we all have basically a pretty finite life. You have, like a cockroach, as well as myself, far extended the average lifespan of a content creator. That's one of the
Right.
things that I'm most proud of. Like
Huh? You're a cockroach, just like me. Sir, please shut the fuck up.
most people who are commentators, they're like they hang
Wearing
on for like
plaid,
a
he
year or
must be
two.
nice.
The idea that I've been around for 7-8 years is like unheard of, and for you, it's even more unheard of. You're like setting the bar as you go on. So, what made you understand the value of outside investment, and what are the things that you like? You are actually passionate about investing. Are you emotionally attached to these side projects that you do, or are you like, whatever? It's smart to diversify.
I'm mostly just looking at it from like a smart to diversify.
Are you emotionally attached to your investments? Would you ever ask that to a man? Would you ever ask that to a man? Even if he was on OnlyFans, would you ask that of a man? Would you be like, oh, did a man tell you to invest in a gas station? Surely you didn't think about that yourself. Fucking asshole. She lowered herself to dealing with him. I'm very surprised by that. I don't know. I still don't know why this is happening. I don't know why she did this. Maybe she's just like doing a tour, talking about her new products, but I don't know why this. I think he just really wanted to talk to her.
Fine, invest what I've
Mhm.
made. I don't really think that I'm passionate about the investments per se. There are some side projects that I think are more fun that I'll get into. But for like the gas station, that kind of thing is just something that is reliable, right? It's going to
Yeah.
be around for a while. Even if people move to electric, it's not like gas stations will cease to exist. They'll just add chargers. So
Mhm.
it's something that is just, going to be really, really reliable to stick around for a long time. I can't foresee that ever going away, really,
Corpa.
in my lifetime.
Gas station.
Corpa. She's good at business, you know? As a capitalist, very good. I can't say that I respect it, but she is good at it. She is very good at stacking dollars.
Stations don't make money on gas either. Most people don't know
No.
that. It's like in Wisconsin we have Quick Trip, which is like
Well, she said it's not going away because they will just install chargers. They'll just install chargers. It won't be a gas station, it will be a charging station, but it will still exist.
they make their money selling bananas and liquor.
Wait, they won't need chargers? Say what? Sorry, what? I didn't know that was coming. I haven't heard about that at all. That's cool. The roads will do. Okay, I mean, isn't that like 300 years down the line? We're not rebuilding all of our roads. Gas engines going away in 10 years? Yeah, I don't know. I think that's optimistic. Being tested in Israel. Okay, but like, we can't fill our potholes. Jesse, be realistic.
And car washes and
Right.
things of that nature. So I think that was a really smart investment. Do you have someone in your life that is saying like, hey, you've got to diversify a little bit here, you've got to, I mean, how do you come to the decision to buy a gas station or to any of these wild I mean, the molds, for example, by the way,
And
that is
to be fair, the reason that gas stations make money is not usually from the gas. It's actually from all the other shit that you go and buy inside, which people will probably still do. People go to corner stores that don't have gas. All therapists bidding production of gas cars starting 7 years, 2030, same in Cali and Washington and other states. Okay, but then like, do you think all the gas cars on the road just stop working at that point? Infinitely cheap. I would love to be proved wrong. New roads would be wonderful. I'm tired of driving on the same old cracked shit, but I just don't think it's happening very soon. The beginner story of 2023, as far as I'm concerned, no reason for her to lower herself that far. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. Like, she is giving him relevance with this more than anything else. I don't know. Maybe she just, like, thought she could, like, dispel myths or, like, humanize OnlyFans workers. You know what I mean? I don't know. Recycle gas cars and all the metals. Like, forcibly? I don't know. He's a mogul. He has his audience, but is a blip on the map. Right. Yeah. He is, like, a huge locus for incels and, like, red pill rhetoric. So, it's, like, it's brave to do, for sure. But I think she, like, maybe thought she could just, like, do advocacy.
obviously we talked about off air that you know, that's more like on brand, but like a gas station is more off brand. How do you
Right.
how do you come there?
Usually it's stuff that my accountant is sending to me. Because
Yeah.
there was a clause going on for the past couple of years that was like a business depreciation clause, and you could like a bonus depreciation rather. So if you say at the gas station, I bought it, and because of that clause, I can add the entire cost of like the land and like the expenses to the amount that I've spent that year to
I get
reduce
it.
my
So you can
income, you know, and
depreciate
then
the
my
whole
tax
thing.
my
Yeah.
tax rate for that year is lower because I'm just adding it as an expense. It's like I was able to, you know, like just do it all at once rather than over time.
Yeah.
But it was a
That's so
temporary
smart.
thing. And I wish I'd
That-
done more now.
I know, right? I look
Yeah.
back and I'm like, man, I could own so many storage units and like other stuff that one thing that
Storage units. That's so fucking random. Is that your dream? Is to be a storage unit owner?
everyone loves when creators talk about how much money they make or how much money they're not making. That's the top. Everyone loves, viewers love when creators talk about money. But I will
Shaking his head like someone who has no idea what a smarter person is saying to him. Yeah. He does not understand.
say this. What she's referencing in the actual smart way, I'll say is mostly creators that
The actual smart way? Please. Please. Oh my god. He's so fucking delusional. Oh, I'll say it in the smart way, honey. Shut the fuck up. Take your stupid hat, shove it up your ass, and shut up.
whether you're OnlyFans creator or YouTuber, we don't have a lot of write-offs.
No.
You have
Well,
some.
I mean, for me, I do, but
For
most
you
creators
do.
don't. Like gamers, etc. It's like your equipment. That's it, basically.
Yeah. So like if you're someone like XQC, you might write off, if you're big, you write off travel or something like that. But you're not writing off cars for the most part, unless that's, you want to live in the
Like
gray
car
area.
YouTubers can, but
Yes. Car
yeah.
YouTubers can. Yeah.
Immediately shuts him down.
If you're so it's difficult to buy. I mean, it's difficult to get write-offs as a content creator, whether that's OnlyFans content or YouTube content or
yeah.
Twitch content, whatever it is. This is
And
the
that's
same thing.
actually the genius behind being a variety streamer and having so many different platforms, because all the
Yeah.
clothes I buy, tax expense, try on channels.
Why wouldn't they?
All
Yeah.
my horses, I use them on my IRL streams. Tax expense, all their care and supplies.
You have to do that because
Yeah.
otherwise you'd be like me and you're paying
Okay.
like 45% tax. And like when I don't know about you, but when I started creating content and
Only difficult write-off is if you get audited. Yeah. Yeah, you just need a good accountant, really. Amouranth clearly has one. I don't know if TheQuartering even knows that accountants exist. Are you emotionally attached to your investments? Bitch.
started making real money, I weirdly felt like guilty about writing stuff off. And I was like,
Why?
I don't know, because I'm an idiot, because I'm like, oh, government, good. But I was like, oh, I don't know. But now I'm like, oh, if it's on
Oh, government good. Grug.
my set, oh, this NES collection,
Oh yeah, all these millionaires and billionaires, they get all the tax write-offs, but I shouldn't do it because I'm a poor peasant, and that would be bad and selfish. Only the millionaires get the tax offs. I'm not a millionaire yet, so I shouldn't write anything off. That would be bad. I would be a bad boy. God, I hate him so much.
spent $5,000 on, it's a piece of art. Like there's it's hard to communicate to people. One of the number one top things to separate content creators in our world, which is like, I'll just say
I
non
don't think his nose could get any more brown with the marker, seriously. Oh my god, I forgot to check on what his chat was saying. Oh god, I'm so curious. Wait, where'd it go? Oh no.
traditional content creators is how we diversify and how we
can fix her. Legend. Only 20 minutes late? Wait, what are they talking about? Put some clothes on. Guys, I can fix her. They're still saying the same shit. Makeup. Just makeup. What does that mean? Quartering should wear the same outfit. Please no. You're so brave. Way to go. Please pay attention to me, etc.
Spend our money because many
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a hard split between like I can fix her and she should put on clothes.
these
That's
creators.
pretty
remember,
much
like,
all.
the hype beast era where these idiots were spending like, oh, I bought $100,000 watch and I made a YouTube video on it because they could write it off. They're all gone. None of these people, because that comes and goes.
One said borderline tax fraud. Nice.
But people need gas. You have your
Do Sims pay to watch her sleep? Yes. Yes, they do.
horses, which you get to create content around. Now I want a horse.
Now I want a horse. He's such a child.
I want to transition to something more specific.
You want to transition? Good for her.
So I took a lot of, and you might have too, like a lot of backlash from us talking. And to be honest,
Someone said there will be no confronting. Sad.
I've always felt like when we've communicated via DMs, I'm like, I'm not even sure she's the one answering them.
Damn, she's kind of hot.
But I will say,
Most of the time I am.
okay,
There's some scheduling things that my team handles, but
yeah. So
Don't choke up, Jeremy. We know you looking. Dude, for real. I would die to get an eye tracker on Jeremy. Please.
I feel like, when we've talked in the past, you've always been very fair with me, even when I haven't been fair with you. And one of the things that I've talked about on my channel extensively, like, OnlyFans backfires is like a beautiful is like a home run piece of content I might make. Woman makes OnlyFans content, something bad happens, ha 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 ha. This is the type of content that I make.
Ha 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 ha. The comments, not chat replay, but normal comments are rough on Jeremy. It's great. Ooh. I sat through 26 minutes of this interview. I hate just calling people names, but this simping was on the next level. Supported this channel for years, but seeing a different Jay when the tits are on the screen kind of killed my opinion of him. Bunch of people might feel different about this interview. It's all good, but it was awkward to watch. She's the queen of predatory marketing. Oh, okay. Is she, though? I mean, have you heard of literally any company ever? Okay. I have nothing against Amouranth. More power to her for doing what she wants. The problem is that it keeps encroaching on the video game hobby. The hobby of video gaming. Oh no. What will we do? Not that. Anything but that. Having amateur and porn stars on streaming platforms, which also attract a huge number of children and adolescents. Okay, yeah. With the swerve. I can't. Why do we care about OnlyFans? Jeremy, you need to practice in doing these, and a lot of help with this kind of thing. She was so much more prepared for this than you were. That's true. Her answers were coherent, precise, to the point, and given a moment, there was more to dig from here. You summed it up as, we hang out together. This isn't really the way to handle the interview. It made you look weak, unprepared, unprofessional. The chap kissing simp, but this is how lack of proper prep work made it look to me. Important, yeah. Dealing with the brand much more important than he will ever be, and trying to leech them, yeah. Definitely like leeching energy. It's so funny how into this chick Jeremy is and how uninterested she seems. He's literally in love, and she's just like, ha, yeah, I just have a financial advisor. Jeremy criticizes Tucker Carlson for interviewing Larry Sinclair, proceeds to interview an OnlyFans model. Oh my god, his audience hates this. It's so good. It's so good. So, was he saying stuff before this interview? Yeah, no, he's made lots of videos about her, criticizing OnlyFans for being predatory, like hot tub streamers for being predatory, that kind of shit. I would not be surprised if he paid for this. In his shoes, I would. Yeah. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised if he paid at all. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie about it.
That's
And
what gets views.
it does, yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like I don't know, it
Good
depends on
deal.
who the person really is. It's hard to dunk
No, yeah, like we'll get to it, but he asks for free product like multiple times in this interview.
on you because you have commas in your bank account that exceed mine. So it's hard to dunk on you, but I'll say this. One of the
Please, Ammo, please teach me how to make millions. Please. Please give me the secrets to the commas. Please, Queen, please.
things, if we can get real for a second, one of the things that I've always talked about is kind of like the Twitch to OnlyFans pipeline. And my position has been that, look, if you're just a good looking girl, actually really any girl or guy who's creating gaming content, who also happens to do lewds or something like that, or they aren't always lewds. It could just be, spicy pictures or whatever the case is. I feel like, okay, I accept this. But where I do have a problem with is kind of the predatory. This is something I've talked about, man, over 10 years. How do you get someone who is genuinely just trying to create content and then also sells these pictures? How do you weigh them against someone who is very clearly...
Right. Yeah. It can't be predatory if you opt into it. If you have to enter your credit card information, I don't think that's like a predatory transaction by nature. What's the difference between lewds and spicy content? Lewds, I think, are generally just like something in like lingerie, or like something that's suggestive but not qualifying as like a nude. Not true, because that would mean Gambo wouldn't be predatory. I mean, gambling is not the same as buying a product. Like, gambling is literally like betting. You're gambling on your chances of winning that money back. But like, in a transaction, you know that you're getting these pictures for this amount of money. It's not the same.
Someone who is into making, who is really just wants to sell X-rated content, but then pretends to be into video games and things. As far as I go back, I remember you did like DDR streams and stuff like. It's not like you were like a fake gamer, but no. I have a problem with.
It's not like by buying Ammo's OnlyFans, you're not like entering a raffle to be able to date her. That's not the same as gambling, dude. It's not the same at all.
The predatory side of it, if that makes sense to you.
By predatory, do you mean like farming parasocial relationships, manipulating an audience, or do you mean like kids going to a website?
Well, I'm thinking farming parasocial relationships more so, because the kids thing, look, parents, watch your kids. I definitely, I'm not like a think of the kids guy. If you're worried about your kids being exposed to boobs,
is food predatory, right?
Then they can't watch Twitch, or they can't, whatever the case is.
I mean, they can go to a mall and see Victoria's Secret ads. Like that's worse than what you could see on Twitch.
Well, that's true, and or on network television or whatever the case is, right? So yeah, I'm not a think of the kids guy, but I'm more of like a I've always been the harshest on people that are like, oh my god, guys, I'm just like you, and then they start their Twitch career with the explicit intent of selling like lewd photographs and being predatory in that, like, I care about you, I care about the thing you like, also buy pictures of my butthole. Like,
That's if you've ever watched Amouranth's Twitch streams, you would know that's not how she operates at all. That's not how her streams are at all. She's not farming shit. 90% of the time, she's sitting there gaming like that. That's like a lot of it. The rest of the time, she's like in the hot tub, just fucking chilling. Like, it's not. She like will call out people and be like, don't be weird. You're being creepy. Go touch grass. You shouldn't do that. Don't talk to women that way. Like, she's doing the opposite of farming parasociality.
It's like it's like emotional manipulation kind of thing.
yes,
Okay.
yeah. I feel like this is not something that you've done. I feel like you've kind of just been like, now maybe you did early in your years. It's not like,
No, that's I've
you know,
never pretended to care about them in like a ooh baby,
yeah,
you're so special to me. Since like
Ooh,
I
baby.
preach in my Twitch often that's like if I see someone being parasocial in chat, I'm like, why are you being weird, dude? Like stop. I'm not your
yeah.
girlfriend, bro. I don't know you. You are a stranger. Touch grass, you know,
Right.
like that kind of thing. So
And I
Right.
appreciate, but that's what that's what actually really changed my opinion of you, as because you're an easy target because you're very popular on Twitch, and so like Amouranth with some cleavage in a thumbnail gets great views, as you may know, and
Just admitting to the grift. Bar for bar, admitting to the grift. Like, haha, yeah, I just made fun of you because you got me views. Haha, sorry, I was just kidding. LOL. She's smart, shrewd businesswoman. I do not see what she gets out of this. But it must be something. Yeah. I think he probably paid her to appear, for one. I think that's probably a big part of it. And also, like, she gets to shill her products. Like, she's literally advertising her new products on this. So,
and you were an easy target, but then I started looking in, trying to understand a little bit more, and I started watching your content, and I was like, well, she's actually like not weird about it. Like, she's not, oh, I care about you. Like, there are like findom Twitch streamers and things of that nature. I don't want to name any names and like doing it, but like I've covered a lot of who I think are like trash people, and I think that they give maybe someone like you who is more open about their career choice, their career, and you obviously do way more than just only.
clear line between being predatory, where you actively seek people out, compared to catering to an audience. Right, there would be an audience for Amouranth's type of content, whether Amouranth existed or not, you know? Find the whole OnlyFans thing strange myself. What do you mean by you find it strange? Like, you just, like, it's not for you, or?
Fans. How do you see this as it now is sold, right? Because OnlyFans, I won't ask you to disparage OnlyFans. I will say my opinion is, you know, just like YouTube, just like Twitch, OnlyFans exists on selling a dream. You could be the next Amouranth. You could be the next, you know, on YouTube. You could be the next iShowSpeed. You could be the next. So what most people don't understand is like, you know, a fraction of % of people, just like on Twitch or YouTube or OnlyFans, actually really make any money. Where do you see, you know, what do you say to people like me who view this type of content as predatory and are concerned about the parasocial aspect of it?
See, that's difficult because I feel like if the people, like the audience, is gonna be parasocial, a lot of that it means that they're probably like not there mentally and they're delusional. They're gonna do that to a creator no matter what they're doing. Like I see streamers on Twitch all the time, girl streamers who are very wholesome, don't have any sexual platforms anywhere, hardly ever wear cleavage at all, like very mainstream content, just gaming, wholesome stuff. And they'll get crazy people in their chat all the time thinking that they're in a relationship with them, just crazy delusions
The
and
demand for
stalkers and all of
OnlyFans
it.
or lewds like that too. I don't think that kind of sucks for a creator that doesn't do that kind of stuff. There's kind of this, oh, you're pretty. Where's your,
Yeah, so I feel like that parasocial thing, you can't really, I don't know, like as far as you're talking about like girls being like, oh, I'm totally a nerd, buy my stuff. Like, okay, I would say that's just capitalism. I can't really hold that against
Yeah.
them because like I know a lot of guys who do that shit for free in romantic relationships just trying to get pussy. They'll be like, oh yeah, baby, totally, I'm totally into that. Yes.
I love that,
you.
Sharon.
Yes.
Literally Obama. Obama pretended to be a communist in college to get pussy.
Like I'm used to
like
just
that.
I'm always my whole life I've been surrounded by like ES men who will just
Yeah.
tell me that pretend that they're into horses or whatever it happens to be that I like just to try to get in my pants, So it's like I view that as the same thing, but they're doing it for free and girls are actually supporting their life and sometimes they have kids and they're just trying to get by and especially with COVID, like I don't really judge girls for that. I can understand if you're like, I don't like that. Like there's a lot of things in the world I don't like, but I understand why they do it, So
Yeah.
I kind of get it. But as far as like the delusional people, like you can't point fingers and be like, you're manipulating these guys with your boobs and OF videos and pictures because they're
right. If they were delusional, they would just be delusional towards a celebrity if OnlyFans didn't exist. You know what I mean? They would always find a target of their desire. I've never bought into it. Me and my friends never used it, and yeah, I just don't get it in the nicest way possible. There's free stuff out there, so I don't know. Maybe I'm becoming a boomer. No, I think that's I think how most people feel. If not most, then a lot of people. I think it is like objectively more ethical to purchase the videos directly from the content creator because then they get like a larger percentage of their labor. You know what I mean? They get paid for the work that they're doing directly. The platform takes less of a cut than a porn studio would take. So it's more ethical in that stance, and also I think people appreciate the like the personal or pseudo personal interaction. I don't know. You guys will pretend to be anything for Boom Boom. Yeah, if OnlyFans didn't exist, Playboy would be a magazine still. True. Who the hell are these guys buying OnlyFans subscriptions for feet and shit? What is going on? Yeah, I don't know about that. There's a niche for everything. Everyone has their thing.
They're insane about girls who don't do that too. And they're gonna stalk them and think that they're in a relationship with them, even if that creator is like, no, don't stalk me. I don't know you. Please leave. They'll create alts. They just keep going. Sometimes delusional people, you can't do anything.
That's actually a really interesting perspective. That's like a classic reason why I'm glad we did this. So, at least from your perspective, some of this like
I forgot to check in with chat. Let's see how they're doing. I am a horse. Oh. Government, anti-government. Okay. Her husband is some buff Asian dude. I don't... okay. An old guy being creepy in chat. One thing, obviously, there is an aspect. If where craziness is attracted to bright light. Doing well in chat.
Parasocial stuff is not like
remember when a foot fetish used to be a very quiet thing and now you just got guys coming out with it on TV? Yeah. No kink shaming. No kink shaming. People like what they like. The only bad kinks are the illegal ones.
Is you're not seeking it. You
Right.
know, you're just like, hey, I'm this person, I'm doing this thing. I mean, I know you've had, I don't know how many stalkers, right? And you know, my stalkers just swap me. Your stalkers like show up at your house. And
Mhm.
you know, I think that's actually an educational point for me, is that like not everyone actually wants
Or they do both.
to. I think for me, for a long time, there was this like feeling that like, oh, every OnlyFans girl is like a pretty girl who then is like, I know you're more than just OnlyFans because you actually occurred before that, but anyway,
Right.
people that are on OnlyFans are like pretty girls who like treat men like garbage in real life and are like, oh, now I can do it for money. When the reality is, I mean, yes, those women do exist, and probably men too. There are probably male OnlyFans people that make good money too. I just,
Oh yeah.
you know, yeah, I'm sure there are. But like, I think that the perspective is that everyone who does it is like,
Keep it to yourselves, man. No, I sound old fashioned, but just do you. You don't have to announce it to the world. I mean, I guess. I'm not sure what you mean by announce it to the world. I guess, like, you hear memes about, like, oh, don't show your feet for free. But, like, that's a real thing. Like, don't show them for free if you want to sell them. Like, yeah, that's true.
predatory, when I guess that's not the reality. That, I mean, I would say that I haven't seen anything in your content that is like, oh my god, I'm a fake gamer girl, buy my, you know, want to see my boobs, but those people do exist. Like
No,
those
I just say the last part. That's all.
yeah, you're just like, hey, look, here they are. Hey, you know, get them. But the
Take them or leave them, but there's a discount.
yeah, right,
You
or
know?
both. But the I think that there are a lot
Fedora.
of these like,
God.
but they don't last. I think just like with YouTube or Twitch or kick streaming, like real people last. The fact that you have lasted as long as you have is probably like, you know, when you're keeping the ghosts away on your deathbed one day, like the fact that
What?
you've existed in the space
Huh? Why did you bring that up?
that really has an extremely short like time to live
Yeah.
in content creation, whether it's OnlyFans or not, because you were popular before OnlyFans. It's been interesting to me, which brings up the question: you've always been kind of at the forefront of new content trends. You have this like weird, unique ability to figure out content that both triggers people and is content that people can't turn away from.
Good train wreck.
Like, yeah, like how in the hell did you come up with the horse head?
Oh my god.
And like, I remember seeing that and I was like, oh my god, this is
How did you fucking come up with the horse head? I had to Google this phrase earlier. I pre-watched a little bit of this on Denim's stream, and I was like, what the fuck does that mean? That can't be a phrase, right? Apparently it's from the The Godfather? Oh wait. What? Wait, that's like a different definition from earlier. It said something else earlier. That's so weird. Okay. To seize or grasp an opportunity, defer, postpone, introduce. Where the fuck was this definition? Did I search it as 2 words, maybe? Okay. I don't know what the fuck this. Jack Woltz wakes up with a horse head in his bed, showing him that the Corleones mean business. Apparently, this forces Woltz to give Johnny Fontaine a part in the movie that will make him a star, despite his personal distaste for Fontaine. A meme of sorts, yeah. I'm not familiar with this meme, the fuck it all. But yeah, it's like an offer someone can't refuse, forcing them to give you something they don't want to give you. So like he's just implying that like he thinks women force guys to give them money even though they don't want to.
The craziest thing I've ever seen, and I can't not watch it. Like, how does the horse head, I mean, how do you stay ahead of the curve? I mean, give me all your crib notes on how you like.
Oh, you're not annoying me at all. You're good, Dapper. Thank you for hanging out though. Come back soon. Have a good one. I can't hear him anymore because his head is so buried up her ass. Oh my god. I get showing respect, but fuck, have some self-respect when you interview someone. Seriously, be serious, please.
You obviously must think about this. Like you seem to always be changing before things get stale. And you know, how did the horse head come up? And because you did get suspended from Twitch, for one of those, right? Or a short ban for one of the horse head streams, I think.
Oh yeah,
Can't
there
remember.
was the
You have so many.
ASMR licking meta. It wasn't the horse that got me suspended, but yeah,
Oh, it's just that meta.
yeah.
Okay.
It was. I mean, I streamed for like 12 hours, right? So it's like there's something in there.
Wait, he's saying Horsehead's stream, so he doesn't even understand the meme that he's using. He's using it literally.
Something in that tree, but not particularly the horse. The horse was always been fine. But yeah, pretty much I just keep trying things. I think because I am live more than most creators, it gives me the opportunity to try new things a lot more. And I just kind of see what sticks. Yeah, I consider myself like a troll in moderation, I guess. By that I mean, if I get bored of something or no longer look forward to it, I know it's time to move on because the audience is probably bored of it too by then.
What do you think about I feel like there are a couple of Twitch streamers that kind of figured out getting banned from streaming was a great marketing tactic, especially if you're an attractive female. What
It
do
can be.
Do you think it
But-
was ever negative? You
The
get a
only
bunch of
thing I
articles
think can
written
be
about you?
negative is the
Yeah.
I mean, no one cares if a small streamer gets banned.
duration. But
Oh,
I've
right.
never tried
Okay.
to get banned on purpose. I just feel like it's too risky because you never know when they're going to decide to hit you with like a 7-day or a 30-day or whatever. But it can be, you know,
Yeah.
depending what you do.
I
Like there was a
suppose-
girl who I think she left the camera on during sex and she got banned for a week, and that's
That
probably
was
great
bad.
promo for her.
Yeah. That
Because she
yeah.
was like a nobody streamer anyway. It was like put you on the map.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of those, because I'm so like black pilled, clown pilled about everything that happens around me, I just
Motherfucker just said clown pilled. Clown pilled.
assume that was planned, because I remember that story and I was like, oh, this chick's like a nobody and I'm making a video about her. Got me. You know, like and if her intent was to push, OnlyFans content or something like that, certainly, people were talking about her. Speaking of that, what do you think is the most commonly misperceived thing, being a female in this space, about doing OnlyFans, and what's the other one? Fansly, or whatever it is that people do.
Oh yeah, you don't even know the name, sure.
So many now, yeah.
Yeah, selling pictures of the butthole or whatever. What do you think the most
My God.
like
Why is that his only example of sex work? Oh yeah, you're just selling pics of your butthole, huh?
commonly misperceived thing is about it?
That it's easy money, because it's kind of like you said, only a fraction of the girls on OnlyFans or the platforms actually can make a living on it. Like people don't see the things that went into the outcome. All they see is like the dollar signs, right? They don't see all the work that.
Okay, I just need a quick minute. I'll be right back.
While we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural, and this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Folks, it's wonderful to be back here again. Let me start.
We have some. Thanks for holding the door, Jim.
Mr. President, how much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
The charge is falsifying business records.
I will get Trump.
It's felony criminal conduct.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
The charge is falsifying business records.
They came up with a new one.
It's felony criminal conduct.
Indicting the 45th president. Whoa! I never thought anything like this could happen.
Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned.
This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately. Everybody was in shock. Can't even believe it. Who would think that that could happen today? But they did it anyway. So here we are now. It's where we were today, and now we're there. Spend time there today.
The charge is falsifying business records.
I will get Trump.
It's felony criminal conduct.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
The charge is falsifying business records.
They came up with a new one.
It's felony criminal conduct.
Indicting the 45th president, charging a former president of the United States for the first time. There is no crime. The most embarrassing time. President Trump is being treated very unfairly. How about that? Every single pundit and
Wait, what the fuck is that clip? Wait. Wait, what is this?
President Trump is being treated very unfairly. How about that? Every single pundit and legal analyst said there is no case. What is fueling my soul right now is Trump. I will get Trump. What is fueling my soul right now is Trump.
The charge is falsifying business records.
I will get Trump.
It's felony criminal conduct.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
The charge is falsifying business records.
They came up with a new one.
It's felony criminal conduct.
Indicting the 45th president.
Stormy. happened to America? Prove me wrong. From the UK. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, no, he is. MAGA brother.
That went into getting their name out there, being diversified on all the platforms, the trends they had to stay up with, to follow, to grow the following. They don't see all that, the hours put into it, even offline. Like
someone said Simpnado.
The work that these girls do to stay looking good. It's just like you have to take care of your body just like an athlete would, or like a professional model would. So it's they think it's just easy money when it's not. You have to stay looking appealing if that's your industry, because there's so many girls out there. The market is so saturated now. There's always newer ones coming out, ones who are like more used to the new platforms like TikTok things, just the younger generations, that you have to stand out still somehow. So that
he's trying so hard to look at her eyes. He's trying so hard.
Actually is a lot that goes into it. They don't understand that there's more to it than just, here's a picture of my butthole, now I'm a millionaire. Most people
is that not, that's not how it
don't make
works?
any money.
I thought that's how it worked. I've been holding on to my picture until I really need the money. I thought you just released one.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
Okay, well, I'm talking with, by the way, if you're tuned in on Rumble or on YouTube, or you're watching this later, I'm here with Amouranth. You can find all of her links at downbad.com, which is another great marketing decision because that's a great URL.
It is.
Downbad.com. She creates a lot of content that is both spicy and non-spicy. I'm starting to get talked into starting my own OnlyFans account, but I think I might have to build it up and say
molding
like
your dick.
I know, mold my dick too. That would be, again, it would have to be special edition. It would have to be, I have to have like a collector's steel book that goes around it. I'd have to like gamify it a little bit, and then perhaps, autograph it. I feel like which is a great transition into, so you had a product come out this year that I was fascinated with. And every time I look at something, it's
fascinated
through a content creator lens. It's not necessarily through a consumer's lens. I'm like, damn, this girl really just sold her own fleshlight. And freaking perfect, genius, right? Sells out. They're gone. I don't know if there's going to be more.
Oh, did you see it?
I don't own one, but I did see her sell.
You said it was perfect, so I wasn't sure.
No, I mean, I didn't get sent one to advertise it. Believe me, I will advertise almost anything. But
oh, you want it for free? Buy it, broke boy. What are you too bitch and pussy to buy it? You have to be sent it to advertise it.
Did not get sent one. I don't have any firsthand knowledge now. I mean, if you would have sent me one, I could have spoke to that. But so like, I assume you'll make more, maybe not. How does that?
I mean, there'll probably be a second run as well with some other types of, products.
Some other molding stuff, maybe
in that market. Yeah, there's actually a really interesting side project coming up. There's a company, like a drink company, that wants to make beer out of my vagina yeast. That's a real thing.
Wow, I love it. I love it. This is what I'm talking about. When I talk to you offline, I was like, the grift in me is strong, and like, I love that.
I can't believe this. This is brilliant, amazing, incredible. I love her so much for this. Genius. How do they do it? How do they do it? How do you isolate vagina yeast? I want to know the science, okay? I want to know who is producing this. How are they doing it? I want to know everything, okay? Everything.
And you send me a can, like
I'll send you a case.
Oh, send me. It'll go up on the stage, and like, I'll go up on the set. I will proudly display it because I think that I mean, that's next level. I mean, we've seen bathwater do well for I think another shout out to another pretty good marketer with the bathwater. I think that was Belle Delphine. I don't know if she was the first to do it or not or whatever. And then there was the
you think
farts in jars thing, which almost killed a woman. And
so they say.
Yeah, allegedly. Great marketing too. But yeah. So I was just selling so many.
Just farting up a storm.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, but like, I think that what's interesting to me. So okay, oh my god, okay, that probably caught me off guard. But the is there anything you can share that is like that doesn't make you uncomfortable? How is the process of making that? Was it more or
Oh,
less in depth than you thought it would be?
it was actually, I guess it was less in depth than I thought it would be, to be honest.
Mm,
Because essentially, I can describe it in terms everyone can relate to. It's kind of like human paper mache. So they make,
okay.
in paper mache, you have like a glue paste and you put like strips of newspaper or whatever.
Hmm.
The same concept, except it was, I guess, the molding, paste or like, because it's liquid at
Whatever that
first
was,
until it
yeah.
hardens. And it actually it felt really nice. It was like creamy peanut butter that got left in the car too long, so it was all melty and warm.
So it's like wax? I would be worried about that. Is it like sticky? I guess like it can't be, right? They probably apply like oil or something first, right?
Oh,
And it
okay,
was kind of
okay.
like almost like it was like therapeutic a little bit. But
Oh,
anyways, they put that on you when you're just like spread eagle on a table. It's like a
yeah, like
doctor's
as you do.
table, like a patient
Yeah,
table. You're leaning back and your legs
yeah.
are up.
Don't
And
move.
then this woman is just like using like canvas strips, almost like they look kind of like ace bandages, I guess. And she's
Okay.
putting it on after the paste, and they're like the paste is like hardening, and then she pulls it off, and it's like a plaster mold thing.
Weird.
This is so cool.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
someone in chat called it weirdoputic. That's probably like yeah, that's probably
Weird if you could just say therapeutic. Uh, You could just leave it at that.
a decent definition of it. So yeah, for people that don't know, she released her own, I don't want to call it, yeah, I don't her own toy, because I don't think it was branded. It's your own product, right?
well, it
That
was
you
through Doc Johnson, so
through Doc Johnson. Okay.
yeah.
And I think that that was extremely interesting. And I have another question, not related to that, without getting too saucy. By the way, downbad.com, you can check out all of Amaranth's links. So
During
there's
that time, though, one more thing is
go
I
ahead.
was
Yeah, yeah.
really curious, and so
Hmm.
I'm like, I was laying there while they were doing this because you have to sit there for like 10 minutes while it hardens or whatever, and I was like thinking that this woman has seen so many holes in her life. This is her day job, and I was like, I'm just
Yeah.
curious, how does mine rate
Yeah.
compared to
She's
the
an expert.
average? And she's
Yeah.
like, oh, 5 stars, honey, easy, 10 out of 10.
Oh,
I was like,
okay.
5 stars, honey.
Yeah.
all right, I don't know if she
I love her.
tells
Well,
everyone that, but it made me feel good.
Oh, she definitely tells everyone that.
yeah, it doesn't really matter. You don't have to really like every girl that tells a guy that she's the best they've ever had. Don't pick at it. Just be okay with that. I think that's okay. So one of the articles I sent you was about, I don't know if I actually sent you the article, just a question about there's there was an article put out just 2 days ago about a recent crackdown on kind of the ear licking ASMR content. Now I'm somebody who consumes ASMR content. I enjoy it, but I do not the ear licking stuff would never really, it's not for me. Um
Yeah.
there's an element of that gets a little more sexual.
It's not for me either. It's for a certain audience.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I mean, I enjoyed, like, there used to be this old, shout out to a girl called ASMR Requests. I think I don't know if she ever made, she did these like high production, like traveling through space ASMR stuff. I thought it was so great. It was just great to put on and listen to. But there's been this like crazy crackdown now, where people are like, oh my God, this content's been going on for like years. Do you think that the offended will
God, he is having a hard time focusing. He is taking so long to ask every question.
ever catch up to those that are innovating in the space and kind of creating this type of content?
What do you mean by the offended?
Like, so there's an article on the Daily Mail 2 days ago, but I mean, this ear licking ASMR is already like passe. Like, I'm not sure a lot of people still create a ton of it.
Oh, it's because it's been cracked down on for a while. That's not really new.
Oh, okay.
Twitch cracked down on that, I think like a year ago, and so I stopped doing it. And then I
It was a long time ago.
was like one of the first ones to
You were.
get, I guess, because it was like a suspension just randomly from, but they don't describe what it is, right? And whenever I get a suspension, and they're always vague, I just take a big step.
Pretty mad though, to be fair. Came on my page once and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, it's definitely for a very niche type of audience. I can't say I would ever enjoy that. Mouth sounds, I can't with too many mouth sounds.
Back, I'll try to evaluate what I was doing that day, what could have crossed a gray area, and I'll just take a big step back. But a lot of people don't do that, even when I warn them directly. I'm like, hey, I got a suspension. I think it was this. Just letting you know, because I let girls know that sometimes from my friends. And they'll be
Yeah.
like, oh, okay. And then they'll keep doing it. And then they'll do surprise pika face when eventually they get clapped
What?
too. Like, what? I got suspended? Like, I tried to tell you that like 5 months ago, honey. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, when the cash is rolling though, it's really hard to, when something's
Yeah.
going good. It's
Yeah,
even
as
as
long as
like
you can get away with it. Yeah, it's hard too, because the whole, I guess, the suspension thing really has its pros and cons of like being a big streamer. Because like, yeah, you're big, you have a lot more success, but then you also have more people having their eyeballs on it, reporting you. So if anyone gets, the finger pointed at them by mommy and daddy at Twitch, it's the people with more viewers. So
Yeah, I suppose that's true. And they will often
I don't know if that's true. I think the people that get punished when they're smaller, you just never hear about them.
take on they'll make examples of certain
Yeah.
people, which is, suspending somebody with 150 followers doesn't really
Right.
matter. So one of the things that I thought, over the years, my position, when I asked about like what's commonly misperceived, and that you basically said is that it's easy, just be pretty, take a picture of your butthole, make money. It doesn't really work like that. Most people supplement their income who are very successful at it. Like, look at the Cash Me Outside girl, right? She was on Dr. Phil, nobody knew, and she turned 18 and she made a ton of money. By the way, fellas, come on.
Well, isn't she a rapper too, though?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't.
that's why she's already popular. Yeah, it's not just she was on Dr. Phil as a kid and then.
Oh, she already had.
disappeared.
Okay.
Yeah, she was already an established musician.
I guess I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't follow the 17-year-old female rapper space very much, but I also don't follow rap at all in general. So, I think that what's interesting is when.
Why did that come up to begin with? The fucking Cash Me Outside girl. I haven't thought about her in like 5 years.
I wonder why, and I appreciate your willingness to talk. Like, I know, like, chats, my channel has plenty of videos, talking about this. And I've been clear about my position is that, like, I don't hate the player, I hate the game. And that I wish more men would spend their time focusing on themselves. And I worry about this parasocial relationship, which probably exists between fans and even me too. I don't, I may not know it, and it exists. So there's this epidemic. This just kind of popped in my head. Where, like, what do you think?
No one has blast from the past.
Modern men, I worry about them. Like, young men, they're more single than ever. There are more men than ever that, even in my friend circle, that are single and good earning. They make maybe $80,000 to $120,000 a year, and they're just not dating any women. They're not dating women anymore. And the men, what do you think has led to that? The men kind of opting out of the dating pool. I don't think it's as simple as saying, oh, well, there's porn, because that's always existed. Do you think that men have fulfilled this need for connection with parasocial relationships, or do you think there's something more at play there?
I don't think it's that they're filling their need with parasocial relationships, so they're not seeking it. I think they've sought it, had rejection, or are finding it incredibly hard to seek because, we live in a digital age. So social skills on average are just lower, but women aren't as affected because women aren't the ones expected to initiate. Like women can talk to women, guys want to talk to women. Like women never have to be the brave one to initiate social things. They don't have to stand out. They don't have to be funny. They don't have to even have good social skills at all. They can just be pretty and then react to people talking to them. But because
Based and
people
true.
are being raised now, like on the internet, and like everything is.
I don't. Oh, I don't know if that's true necessarily. I haven't seen any conclusive evidence that social skills are immediately just gone now. We still have to interact IRL pretty regularly. It's not like uh, we only interface online. Like, I don't know. Very based and true, to be fair. I don't know. People just like act like, oh, the internet ruined everything. It's the end of the world. Like, I don't know if that's true. True.
You know, kind of just you can access all of it in your bedroom. You're not going out as much, especially with the COVID that affected a lot of the young people. So it's like people just aren't socializing anymore like they used to, and so social skills in general for everybody are down. Not just men. Men are just the ones who are society expects them to initiate, and they're not. But women aren't initiating either. That's just not their job, so no one cares.
Yeah, I mean, society. You know, that's you touched on something that I've talked about, that there's this double standard around men, where and like there is this feeling like, man, I don't want her to go post online and call me a creep. Like, guys don't shoot their shot anymore. I know this from women I've talked to who are single. Like, guys are like afraid to go shoot their shot because they're like, you know, the media, you know, the whole like toxic masculinity push things. Like, I live in the Midwest in a small town. Buying a girl a drink is not a microaggression where I live. It's just buying someone a drink, opening the door to talk to them. But it seems like men are like.
What do you mean that's also true? Plenty of men have shot their shot at me. I haven't noticed any decrease in the quota of shots being shot. I'll tell you that. Line go up. Corpa. The shots line, it's looking good, boys. Q3 for shots being shot. We're all getting a bonus, okay? I don't know, like, you could be an anomaly. I don't think I am. I don't think I am. Go out of their way much anymore. I don't know. Maybe you just need to go out more. I don't know. Like, I don't even go out that much. Just talk to people. I don't know. Get to know a variety of people.
Beaten down. They don't want to be called creepy. They don't want to be called this and that, and so that they're opting out. It worries me long term about. I mean, women will end up single too, of course, but like, I think for good men out there, you know, society has really pushed them to be. Is there any coming back from this? There used to be cool and base to buy a girl a drink. So what? She shot you down. Big whoop. It cost you $3. But now it's like, oh man, I don't know. This is frowned upon now. But, you know, or it's frowned upon to, you know, pickup lines used to be.
I think that's insane. I think you can offer to buy a woman a drink. I think he's like way too in his head about this, and probably hasn't been out to a bar to offer a drink to a woman in many, many, many years.
Be a thing,
Right.
you know, but that's like frowned upon now. Do you think there's any coming back from that, like the chivalry era, or where this stuff is accepted, or
Only
is
if
this the
it
new
becomes
norm?
a TikTok trend, then it'll come back. But until then, I don't know. Honestly, not sure. Because it's
Yeah,
just like the more the technology space just expands.
You can still do chivalry. There are still women that enjoy chivalry, especially like just in the South or like in rural areas. Like you can find a girl who will enjoy some chivalry. Okay, she will want the door open for her. She will want you to pull the chair out for her and push it in. It's like it's not like extinct. Like every woman is a feminist now. Like, be real. Be for real, please.
The more ways people are finding to kill their time instead of going out and learning skills and socializing. So I don't know.
What do you think? Yeah, I think even as a guy, like I mean, these AI like dolls are coming along pretty nicely, and I worry that men are just gonna say, "Oh, you know what? This gets me 80% of the way there," and I'm checking out, and I think that it worries me that society has, in my opinion, vilified, just men shooting their shot. It went from like there's legitimate toxicity in being a piece of garbage, okay? That happens.
Right.
But then there's also like, well then, let's go to the other side. And I'll get you, I know you've got many things to do today, so I'll get you out of here. But
No,
he says with 30 minutes left, it's become more difficult to find these women. Are you sure? Maybe it depends on where you are. But I know plenty of women all over who would enjoy like a conservative trad wife lifestyle. All over. All over. I don't think it's difficult at all. I'm curious what you've actually tried to court women. In what ways what avenues have you gone down to find women?
What do you think about, have you seen any of this kind of like modern red pill movement? This like this, why do you think that we've seen a resurgence? It seems almost to counteract like the rise of OnlyFans type content is similar to the rise of this kind of modern red pill. Women shouldn't vote, and
I don't see a lot of that. I actually don't see much misogyny, and I
Then girl, you just ain't looking.
see more of like guys just advocating on like self-improvement more. That's the more mainstream. I very rarely do I see misogyny creators or like people having that kind of take.
How is that possible? How?
I know they're gonna get canceled if they do that shit. But
that's true. Yeah, you
but
can't
also,
do that.
It's like a very small fraction. Most of the ones I see are just being like, get off your fucking ass, go to the gym, be a better man, learn to dress nice, learn to talk to girls. Like, I actually think for the most part, the movement that we've been seeing lately is probably a good thing. It's better than like, stay in your home and game. You don't want to be like in Japan, most of the guys, they don't interact at all. They like stay in their home constantly with their little digital waifus.
Yeah, I think that it is an answer to the emasculation of men. I think that most of what like this modern red pill era is good, self-improvement stuff. Then it gets
lift weight, be strong, and then you will fix everything, including the hole inside your heart.
into the area of some complicated, one of the big things in the red pill movement is body count, right? Body count isn't a thing for men, but for some reason it's a thing for women. And I think
that comes from a very primal thing, though. Like I kind of understand that on and I was also raised in a conservative, like Christian household, so
okay, yeah, this is where it all starts to spiral. This is where I start cringing at both of them. I really wanted to be rooting for Ammo here. And then she just goes and says, oh, well, it's primal. Oh, well, it's primal to not want a whore. Where? Show me where in nature any animal gives a fuck about how many partners their partner has fucked. Show me. Who? Where? She brings up lions. Killing the lion cubs of another male lion. Okay, like I don't know, like I don't really know if that's the same thing as not choosing the woman because she had too much sex. That's just killing the offspring of the other male, but still fucking the female. So it's not even relevant what she brings up. And also, like, it's just not a thing. It doesn't exist. And even if it did exist in nature, you're on YouTube. You're on Twitch. What part of that is fucking natural? Where is the natural part of your fucking LCD display? Like, I just... What part of your 8K screen is fucking natural, Amouranth?
Even beyond the religious thing, though, like I understand the primal thing, because it's like, you know, that it happens in animals too, right? A lion comes into a pride.
Does it? What? Where? Which ones?
And kills all the cubs from a different lion. Like, it's just...
And then he fucks the woman lion.
There's something biological about, like, not feeling right about a woman who has had, like, potentially other males' kids. Like, I don't know. It's just something that is in the DNA to some extent. But some people can look past it. But there's a lot of guys who don't want to. And, you know, I mean, if that's how you want to live your life, whatever.
Because they have monkey brains? They have tiny lizard brains? Fine, I guess. Sure.
I don't really care.
Yeah, I think that yeah, see, this is another based Amouranth nugget that was that's coming out of this. And you know, I think that
Based Amouranth nugget. Thanks, I hate it.
That's true. And I think that the sensationalist particular swing on this type of content is popular. You know, I've always been like, it takes two to tango. So, like, if her body count is 20, then that's 20 dudes that also participated in that. And then, like, only one side of it actually gets, you know, degraded for it. But, you know, you are right that there is something to that. I have friends that won't date women with kids. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I respect where they're at with that, and I respect where, like, you know, why they feel that way, because you're right. I think it is just like this primal thing. Like, they just don't want it, and I guess no amount of virtue signaling is going to change how they feel.
Yeah, and I see a lot of women, especially, like, mistake that for insecurity and jealousy and control kind of thing, when I think it's just something that, like, makes guys feel bad. They don't feel, like, special. They you know, they might feel like
it makes them feel bad. It makes them feel insecure. You're saying the same thing. It's the same thing. Oh, they mistake it for insecurity, but they just feel bad about themselves. Bitch, that's the same thing. You just said the same thing in different words. And look at fucking Jeremy's face. Even he knows you're bullshitting. Like, you're bullshitting too hard.
Did you just settle for him, or using him for money or whatever? It does lead to a lot of questions, right? Because it's like, it's just human. It doesn't make him, like, not a
just questions. Yeah, he's not insecure or not confident. He's just a bitch pussy who can't stand the fact that you may have touched another man before. It's fine. It's just human.
Confident as a man. He can still be confident normally, but then, like, have emotional worries because he cares about you. It's not necessarily that he's an insecure person. It's that he cares about you and wants his feelings validated, that you love him and only him. Like, I feel like that's normal. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that's
different than like needing her to be a virgin because you can't stand the fact that she may have ever touched a man before. That's so different.
I think you're 100% right. One last question I wanted to get, because this is something that I think is going to destroy both of our careers in the mid to short term. So I'll be buying some gas stations here soon. But how do you think AI is going to affect your space? It's something that, I mean, I think Warner Brothers just signed their first AI musician yesterday. There's an article. Certainly the AI photos are getting there. They're not quite there, but there are like AI Twitter accounts that sell spicy photos. There's AI that's going into these sex dolls, which is going to get better. It's like at a rapid rate, like that's getting better. How do you think that impacts just content creation, not just maybe OnlyFans stuff, but being a content creator in 2023? Do you think about AI at all?
Oh yeah, I actually dabble a bit in AI stuff currently. I have some projects coming up, but
I saw you have a chat.
Yeah, I saw that too.
You have an AI chat thing, which
yeah, I have that, and then I also have like there's like video, like kind of like video game companies that are like making like, they have like AI girls and they're basing some of the models like on actual people like myself. So basically, for my view is, for established creators, especially in the sexy girl space, it is a godsend, because you're basically able to have a digital clone of yourself that could never stop working, making money for you while you live your life, while you sleep, doing whatever, and it's locking in physical immortality if it's like a like a digital.
I didn't know you were pro-slavery. So
of digital, little
AI things.
little AI girls. Oh, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I like that.
Why? Stop. Why did he just make her sign on to AI slavery? What is this? What is this conversation?
Yeah, I know that a couple of the females that I work with, like I share my business partners of, they're the first that were kind of targeted with these AI chat. I've definitely got emails from people who are like, "Oh, you do an AI chatbot," and I was like, "No one's going to pay for me," but I definitely knew people would pay. It's interesting that just how quickly you can usually tell with the hands when you look at photos that are AI, but they're getting
some of them you
scary
can tell,
close.
but they are getting better. They are getting better rapidly. So, yeah, I think it's going to cause problems for the political space, maybe. But
oh yeah, definitely.
That's true. That's true. It's going to be a huge problem. Potentially right away, like in the next presidential election, I think it's going to be a problem.
But for like content creators, like girl content creators, especially OnlyFans girls, it's like, it's almost like advertisement, even if people make fake content of you. Like if you're not consenting to it, it sucks. But if there's other people out there like, making like, oh, I based this off of this creator.
But are they making AI porn of people who already do porn, or are they making AI porn of people who do not do porn?
There's this AI porn or whatever. It's almost like marketing, but
yeah, I feel bad. I remember there was that big scandal not that long ago, the deep fakes.
Yeah.
And then some streamer got caught. And I don't want to like put anyone on blast, but I thought it was pretty hilarious that they wouldn't have had to like issue this apology. It was very weird. Guys watch porn. When it's your friend that you're watching videos of.
Yeah. And then there was a whole like, oh, you're giving people awareness now because you have an audience, and that sucks.
There's nothing you can do.
Deepfake, I feel like, is different though. Deepfake is like people it's like deepfake it feels a lot more targeted and harassment way, versus AI, the creator themselves can use it, for their own content.
I mean, it's kind of a gray area, right? Like deepfake, they're using actual porn stars' bodies most of the time. So I don't know. advertisement if you don't know whose body it is.
You're somebody that's been deep faked. I haven't Googled it, but I assume
There's
if I
like
did.
I've seen really bad ones, but people don't really feel the need to because I have real content already.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's more targeted
spicy
at
when you're
people
like,
that, like as an alternative when someone doesn't have it. And they're
yeah,
like,
I
we can't get
suppose.
anything else. It's like digital fan fiction basically. But yeah, no, I think AI is terrible though for new creators. If you're not already an established brand, how do you compete, especially
How
for
do
like
you?
girls? How do you compete when there's hundreds of fake girls who don't have to have realistic body proportions at all? They're all like beautiful and unique, and there's such a variety. Like it's impossible to stand out when your competition is literally digital perfection.
That's one of the things that I've said that where the AI is gonna go, is they're gonna like scroll like my Twitter feed, and some pretty girl's gonna DM me and be like, "Oh, I'm totally into indie rock music too. I like Sufjan Stevens, and I'm a big Trump girl too, but don't tell anyone." And it's gonna be like, it's gonna be able to, it's gonna figure out like,
Like catfishing at a new level.
yes, it's gonna figure out exactly, and then I'm gonna go to their Twitter feed, and they're gonna be like based and red pilled, and then I'm gonna be like, "Oh, I'm in love," and they'll be like, "Oh, just buy me a coffee," whatever it is. Like, but they'll be able to deploy 100,000 of them at a time. Like, I think that at scale, if you aren't already, I think that established creators are fine, probably, and they'll be able to leverage it. But like you said, I think if you're new and you're competing against digital perfection, and but also somebody that never has to rest, that can work 24/7, that can multi-thread and be DMing people and all this stuff, you've got almost no chance. Like in 5 years,
I mean, there are already chatbots that people use on their OnlyFans to talk to people. Like, that's kind of already like fusing with the real space.
I don't know how humanoid people trying to break into the space are going to be able to compete, because it's I've seen some of the pictures, like it's like, oh, this is, I mean, I can kind of tell, because like, oh, this is too perfect. Like normal girls, when you get old like me, you're like, well, normal girls have this or that or other thing that you can, you know, like it's, most girls are not like perfect. Most girls don't have, you know, most girls have some cellulite, or most girls have an inconvenient bruise,
Right.
or something like that.
Just human things, human qualities.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so annoying.
Yeah, it's
really ruined my
frustrating.
immersion. Like, kill
Yeah,
my
it is
boner.
difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, women being humans really, it just ruins the immersion. Immersion shattered.
Yeah, it is difficult. Like seeing something that happens to a mosquito bite or something like that. But you know, they'll be able to AI that away. That'll be they'll be able to AI that away as well too on Meta PCs.
AI that away. AI what away?
Said I was promised a Jeremy hot tub stream. Well, I lied. I do have a hot tub, but I thought, you know, hot
Please
tub's kind
no.
of played out. You know, I think I didn't have a floaty banana. I didn't have
you can't do it. You can't. It's just not going to be content.
It's
then. No
it's
floaty banana.
Jover.
Yeah, I think, right. Well, that's a big part of it. I
Jover
have to write
before it
everybody's
started.
names on there. Look, I mean, I think it's kind of to you know, wrap things up, because you've been very kind with your time, and I appreciate that. You know, I think that you've been very self-aware, which is, you know, I appreciate. You know, you know, I kind of expected this out of you, because of we've communicated like offline. Like you seem pretty straightforward, and you know, I really appreciate you, you know, spending time coming here and sharing your thoughts. You know, I think that I still worry about men and their overly parasocial connections to
Me
certain
too.
types of.
Trust me, I worry about those ones too.
Yeah. She has to worry about them way more than you, dude.
Yeah, well, I mean, like,
And with my gun cocked and loaded, like I worry about them.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, well, I know. Well, nobody sent me a box full of cash. Like one of us has received boxes full of cash, and the other one hasn't.
Dude, she's talking about getting death threats and shit. Not about the one time she got money.
But no, you're right. And I just want, I think after we spoke it now, I think we would both agree that like fellas, you know, you can enjoy, you can fap. I don't have any problem with that. I'm not like a hardcore, like, hey, whatever, just everything in life in moderation. But here we have literally Kick's most popular streamer, a multi-millionaire business mogul, gas station owning, vaginal molding, and she
That's
agrees.
my most distinguished title yet.
On her gravestone will be one of your molds. But I think actually the gravestone should just be a mold. No, that's gross.
Like a sculpture, like a giant version.
Yeah, but then someone's going to be stopping by, and then it's going to get defiled, and I don't know about all that, but I think
tributes,
that tribute. Oh
my God, leave cum tributes on my grave. Stop.
Tributes. Oh my God, remember those with the pictures? You probably know
leave some else.
Okay. Yeah, I think that what I'm happy to hear is that you're not like Cruella de Vil. Evil monster. That I think we agree that all things in moderation. Fellas, you should still buy that girl a drink. You should still talk to humans in real life. If you had any advice, I'm sure you have females that also enjoy your content too, but my audience is about 93% male. Shout out to the 7% ladies out there. But if you had any advice for the modern male in the current year dating scene, or just talking to women, things like that, because you're a real actual woman. I know it's a questionable thing these days, but I'm fairly
my God, Jeremy, don't be transphobic for 2 seconds challenge. Literally impossible.
certain you're actually a woman. What do you have to
Yeah,
what words of wisdom do you...
I guess so.
Yeah, right.
I have proof.
Yeah, there is. Yes, it's scientifically. There is physical evidence for femininity. Do you have any evidence out there or do you have any words of wisdom to share with the fellas out there?
I actually do.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll shut up then.
Okay. So fellas, a lot of y'all who are like, where'd the good women go? Why are they all just feminists and whores and bitches? They're not online. Unfortunately, chronically online.
Are you listening, Dapper? Are you still here?
Online men unhappy with the quality of women you're seeking. Most of those are offline. You're gonna have to learn social skills and go talk to them. Those aren't the ones complaining on Twitter or posting their fucking areolas on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, you're gonna have to go into places where actual people are.
I talk about this too. I say join a club. Go join a bowling league, join a horseshoes league, join a bags league, join a cornhole league.
It only took a full hour. And first, a good take from Jeremy. Yeah, join a club, learn a hobby.
If you're down south, join a whatever it is. You got to leave the house.
Yeah. Because I view social media as like my job, right? But I was raised conservative Baptist household in Texas, where it's like ranch and freedom and America, fuck yeah. Like if I wasn't using the internet for my job, I would be one of those girls, never online, never posting anything, off enjoying my own life, having, like a pretty, I would say I'm more of a moderate as far as my political views go, but as far as my lifestyle goes, it would actually be pretty conservative. Like, it's just my culture, I guess, in Texas.
Like culture.
White people,
Yeah, well, hey, I'll tell you what, ladies who want to land someone like me, I'm the same way.
Stop. Oh, I'm just white. It's just my culture to be conservative. Come on, man.
Like when I'm not working, I'm just out doing, like, I'm in a bowl. I'm 40. I'm the youngest guy in my bowling league, and like I don't care because it's something I go do, or darts league, or I do all this like regular stuff, and I meet real people. And here's the reality: no woman IRL has ever called me a misogynist, or who's ever turned down a
because they're terrified of you.
Drink, or whatever, or has ever not want to talk, or whatever. Like women exist IRL who are not,
because they are scared,
terminally online, and the same for men, I guess. She's saying, too, like, ladies out there, there are men who are not terminally online. Men, there are plenty of women that are not terminally online. In fact, I find people who are terminally online to be the least happy in life.
Yes, they're always comparing themselves to everyone else's highlights, not realizing that their lives are imperfect as well. Only seeing like, oh, their new Ferrari, oh, this trip that they're on, oh, their designer bags. Like they're like, why does my life suck so much? Everyone else is doing great because no one's posting their average.
That's such
day.
a great point. Yeah, online you see that's a really great point to end on. That when you're looking at somebody, they're posting the best in them. They're not posting the time they, crap their pants at a Walmart because Qdoba undercooked their chicken. They're not posting pictures of the time they missed their rent. They're only posting what happens to them.
That Qdoba Walmart story was oddly specific.
In good, and I want to again thank. I'm here with Kate Amouranth, and you can find all of her links at downbad.com, which is linked in the description below. She creates a lot of content, even if you don't want to partake in spicy content. She streams like all the time. She's literally terminally online, and you can find her, and you can find that there's a lot more depth to this individual than maybe you expected. And I don't say that to be like, it sounds like a backhanded compliment. I knew that there's more to it because as a content creator, I'm looking, like I've been in her DMs and never requested nudes. I ask her like actual business questions or things of that nature because I'm like, damn,
Sure.
This person has an audience.
She's laughing at him. I think he's bullshitting.
And they're really monetizing it, but also, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your opinion. And
thanks for having me. It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun and educational for me too. And I hope you have a good weekend. Anything you wanna shout out before you head out? I'm probably gonna stay live for a little bit and let everyone yell at me for platforming an e-girl. So anything you wanna, and any parting wisdoms to share with people?
First of all, I saw some comments being like troll when I mentioned the vagina yeast beer. It's not a troll. I thought it was at first.
I 100% believe you.
It's a real thing.
Yeah.
It's a real thing, and it's happening.
Yeah,
let's fucking go.
They'll see it because I'll replace the Virtual Boy with a case of the Amouranth yeast beer, and I thank you so much for coming on. If you ever need anything, obviously, sometimes people can't interact with me publicly because they take a lot of backlash. I get that, but I hope that you'll see that I'm a pretty regular dude.
No, yeah, you seem
well.
regular. I find that about most content creators. When you talk to them, you realize, they're actually normal. It's because a lot of times, since I'm a content creator too, when articles post something about what they're doing, it's like one thing they said, a lot of times out of context, a lot of times not taking sarcasm or satire, or looking at the piece and evaluating it from why this works as a content perspective. They just are like, oh, you're bad and I hate you because you said this thing this one time. Like, so now I get it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, best of luck to you. Make sure you hook me up with a case of that vag yeast beer. I'm looking
Just to be clear, you guys, it's not me, not my idea. It's a drink company that approached me, and I'm just.
Well, that actually.
I would try it. I would for sure try it.
I'm entertaining it.
Well, I think you should do it. I mean, I think when you have an audience. Hey, that woman did very good selling her bath water, for crying out loud. This is like on another level. You could get drunk on your. Well, I won't go down that road. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming on. Have a great Friday. Have a good weekend. I appreciate you so much.
Thanks for having me. Have fun with Roseanne. Good luck.
I will. Thanks. Okay. That was Amouranth. Thank you, everyone, for checking her out.
Oh God, I'm so scared of what his audience is saying.
I thought it was, a fun conversation to talk about. I saw I was getting shredded in the comments, but let me say this: you have to bring people on who are interesting, and I think. I find it very, maybe
very fascinated by her tits. I mean, business.
It's just because I'm a content creator and I'm, and you know, my perspective is a little bit different about it. But I had a great time talking to her, and I think there's a lot of interesting things to be said about it. The Ultimate Fox, thank you for the super sticker. Ministry of Wrongthink. Do you still have to wear a life vest while you're swimming in the ocean, or do they make you naturally float face up? See, I can't ask her that. Yeah, I think she was good. And if like you're mad about it, like I understand. We can interview Roseanne in 30 minutes. How about that? Hold on, let me check.
This
so
is
Roseanne
crazy.
Barr coming up.
It's a big day for the quartering. He got ammo and his favorite MILF.
I think that a lot of people, you're 100% right to have whatever opinions that you have about it, but I'm really glad she came on. I found it very insightful and interesting. Meta PCs that was promised a hot tub stream. Will Kincaid says this Simfest is brought to you by Coffee Brand Coffee. Hypercritical Brit says I literally just gagged and vomited at the same time you made me vomit. Hypercritical Brit. Jeremy, please tell me you realize you let it slip that you're subscribed to OnlyFans. No, I'm not. I'm not subscribed to anybody's OnlyFans. I don't even know how to use it.
He might as well have said. Sure.
You also said Twitch and OnlyFans aren't a million miles apart. They're predatory markets. They're to profit off simps. Amouranth is just another grifter. Sorry, but true. Hey, but so am I, right?
But so am I. His most honest statement yet.
Sacred Zephyr says, because you rustled my jimmies with that intro, now do the grift. Cold brew, Coffee Brand Coffee, Blueberry Cobbler is the best. Go check it out, everybody. Thank you. Jonathan says, I'm sorry, guys. This force will turn us all into simps with tonight's interview. Must repel the part is nice. I'm glad that she, that she came on. I really am. Sacred Zephyr says, better make that mold you were talking about in our Twitch. Also, Rumble is better than YouTube chat, I'm saying. And Lore Lion says, Amouranth, there's compelling evidence out there on Reddit and YouTube, Chud Logic, that you scam your fans on OnlyFans. Can you tell us why you feel comfortable scamming them at scales that you did? Oh, I didn't see that. If it was more specific, I probably would have asked. I'm unaware. I don't know what the scam would be.
He's fronting for her so hard.
I'm not sure what the scam would be.
So strange.
So I'm texting back and forth right now with Roseanne Barr. And she wasn't feeling great this morning, so we might have to do the interview tomorrow. But I'm gonna know soon. Oh, she just texted. Okay, hold on. Yeah, sounds like it's gonna get moved to tomorrow. My friend Adam said, ask her for 2 cases, 1 to drink, 1 to display. By the way, I do sell coffee at coffeebrandcoffee.com. I hope that...
Oh my god. Is that all?
All right. I'll get it all set up and sent to your... Just the first of hopefully many that I can bring on that, maybe people don't love it first, but can get a better look at who they are, Harbinger says, I can see you're getting some solid interviews, my guy. I can just see the internet aneurysms flaring up. LOL, yeah. Yeah, Vag Yeast beer. If you want piss in a bottle, buy Bud Light. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And then I missed one. Oh, Spencer Corpus says Crowder should have interviewed her. He wouldn't simp. I disagree with you. I did not simp. There's difference between being simping and like, you know, not being a douchebag. I feel like I think that
Nope.
I think that
Those are the two genders, simping and douchebag.
I just want, I want more people to. Your softball question sucked. Well, nobody's ever going to be super happy.
They were softball as fuck.
I get it. No one's going to be super. I don't have anything. I've abolished. You were gushing just a little bit. Okay, maybe that's true.
Just a little.
But I respect her as a creator and what she's done to
clearly
what she's done to diversify her holdings and things of that nature.
Yeah, just as a creator, and not because she's extremely hot. Truly not that at all. Hello?
I just think that, I feel like we were basically, I felt like we were kind of just two people hanging out,
Just two people hanging out. Dude, just two people hanging out. Just two bros, Shooting the shit. I definitely didn't pay her to appear here.
I mean, I entered a 2-bit to get questions. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to read chat and trying to, all that kind of stuff. So, all right, well, I'm gonna set up the Roseanne stream right now. And you did kind of endorse her making bonus hole beer. I stand by that.
Bonus hole beer.
I stand by that.
Bonus hole beer. Yeah, no, that's cool.
All right, so I'll see you guys.
Everyone loves that.
In an hour for Roseanne Barr. Come back, 1 hour. We'll be at it.
You just didn't edit this at all. Nice. What a production. He really just like licked her boot for an hour and a half. Crazy. It's just like so hypocritical. And she just like steamrolled him with every question that he could barely even get out. Wow. Wow. A palate cleanser.
There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard in her, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. And even though it you believed in us. She said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a shirt thing. Oh, is it a shirt thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then. You're getting all that you should know by now. It never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours, a lot of change in the past few years, a couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. She said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me. There's something that you're asking that was never in question. Something that you're asking that was never in question.
Okay. Okay. It's time. The time has come for the one, the only, the Larry Sinclair exposing his experiences with Obama, allegedly. Allegedly. Wait. Why is this? It's like not right. Hey, what's on the docket? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's Obama time. Let's fucking go. Uh, this is gonna be a a ride. It's gonna be wild. Okay. Hi, Peanuts. Welcome in, everybody.
It's pretty amazing that Barack Obama got as far as he did. In 2004, the summer of 2004, Barack Obama gave the keynote address at the Democratic Convention in Boston. And when he walked to the podium, probably only a small percentage of people in the room knew how to pronounce his name. He was totally unheard of. No one knew Barack Obama. At the time, he was a state senator in Illinois. 4 years later, he once again spoke to the Democratic Convention, but this time as the nominee. Meteoric doesn't begin to describe it. How did this happen? Well, the outlines are fairly well known, though rarely talked about. A small group of Democratic donors, mostly in Chicago, decided that Barack Obama was their guy. He was the vessel for their ambitions. They paid for his campaign. They paved the way for his rise. He spent 2 years pointlessly in the United States Senate preparing to run for president in 2008, and of course, in the end, he won. But the question was, who was this man? Where did he come from? What did he spend his life doing before he became
Who is he even? Is he even American? We're all asking. Fucking Tucker.
president of the United States? Well, the news media, whose job it is to answer those questions, spent the entire 2008 campaign trying to keep you from knowing the answers. By Election Day, most Americans knew only one thing about Barack Obama, other than he was handsome and a good communicator: hope and change. But they knew nothing about him, his origins, what he believed, and legitimate questions about those facts were turned away, as they often are, with the claim, "That's a conspiracy theory, you're crazy, shut up!" One of the most interesting moments in the 2008 campaign occurred when a man, like Obama himself, came from out of nowhere.
It's true. I do often tell Tucker to shut up.
To recount his experiences with Barack Obama, the man. His name was Larry Sinclair, and he told an amazing story. He said that in 1999, he had encountered Barack Obama in Illinois, had sex with Barack Obama, and then used cocaine with him. Sinclair went on to make these claims publicly at the National Press Club in Washington, to sign a sworn affidavit, and to take a lie detector test. But he was
which he failed. He failed the lie detector test, by the way. He's also trying to sell his book on Amazon for nearly $1,000. So
dismissed. In fact, he was attacked. Obama shills like Ben Smith of Politico batted the claims out without refuting them. They're absurd. And the rest of the media followed suit. But the claims weren't absurd. We're not claiming they're true, but they were certainly credible. This was a first-hand account of Barack Obama's behavior by someone who was willing to sign a sworn affidavit to that effect. So the question is, whatever happened to Larry Sinclair? What's his life been like since? That's an interesting story. It turns out Larry Sinclair is still alive. He lives in Mexico. But today, he's in our studio.
Interesting.
We're happy to have him. Larry Sinclair, thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
Where did you meet Barack Obama?
It was by accident. I was in...
If Obama did have gay sex, well, that changes nothing. Yeah, he just then becomes a gay war criminal or a bisexual war criminal. Yep.
In the Chicago area in '99 for Lee Duke's graduation from the Naval Academy.
Who's Lee Duke?
He's basically my godson.
Okay.
I had hired a limousine service.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you live in Chicago then?
No. No, I was actually living in Colorado. I had flown in the night before.
Okay.
So I had hired a limousine service, had made the driver aware that if Lee couldn't leave the base, because once they graduate, some of them actually get their assignments and they're shipping out and they can't leave the base, that I was still interested in going out. And had asked the driver if he knew anybody that was available that might want to show me, Chicago. And he said he did. So
well, who was the driver?
His name was Jameer Multani. It was with 5-star limo.
So you're just a guy.
Ain't no way you remember the limo driver's name. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second.
Who's in town for the night, and it sounds like you're looking to party, actually.
Yeah.
That's what you're really saying.
Yeah. Well, I was in town for a few nights, but yeah, I was definitely looking to party. And
did you make that clear to the driver?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There was no misunderstanding.
How direct were you about that?
Extremely.
Extremely.
Okay. Yeah. There was no doubt what I was looking for.
Okay.
And he picked me up at my hotel in Gurnee and drove into Chicago, pulled up in a bar outside, and there's this guy that's introduced to me as Barack Obama. It was literally that casual.
Had you ever heard of him?
No.
Did the driver know him?
Yep. The driver definitely.
Why would he use his full name when he's like meeting up with like a casual encounter? Like, hello, I'm Barack Obama. Senator Barack Obama. Hello? Be real. Be for real for 1 second.
I knew him because the driver said that he was a friend.
Interesting. How would the driver be friends with Barack Obama?
I only found out later, dealing with a reporter from Bloomberg News, that apparently the limousine company had been doing business with Tony Resco, that at the time was somehow affiliated
Was
with
in
Barack
Obama's
Obama.
orbit.
Yeah.
Yes. Interesting. So he knew Barack Obama, and in his view, Barack Obama liked the same kind of partying you were looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. So sex and drugs, in other words.
The sex part I wasn't so sure about until, of course, you know, you make your move, but it became obvious very quick. The coke part I thought was interesting because of the way that I had brought it up.
So I'm stepping on your story. So you pull, and I apologize. So you pull up to this bar. The driver is basically scouting some dude for you to hang out with.
Correct.
There's this guy, Barack Obama. Have you ever heard of Barack Obama?
Never. Never. We're having drinks. I mentioned the fact that I could use something to wake up. I was extremely exhausted.
So you went into the bar?
Yes, sir.
What kind of bar was it?
I'm trying to remember. I've been trying to remember the name. I know that the glasses had 3 X's on them because I remember taking one home for a friend of mine.
What, but I mean, generally characterize it. Was it working class
up,
bar,
no,
gay
it was
bar,
upscale,
strip bar?
It was upscale, quiet. Wasn't really that.
Does the friend still have the glass? If the friend still has the glass, you know, I might believe him. Might be real. You know? It's like the Cinderella glass slipper.
That really didn't have a lot of energy to it. It was more relaxed, more like a lounge as opposed to somewhere where people would go and get loud and crazy.
Yeah.
Which made it easier to talk. But like I said, when I brought up the fact that I could use something to wake up, he immediately knew what I was referring to, had made it clear that I was looking for coke, and I really was, and had made the suggestion that he knew where we could get it, and we left to go get it.
Interesting. Did he say what he did for a living?
Nope. I had no idea that he was a representative in the Illinois House. I had no idea he was in politics. I just knew that he was supposedly married and at the time was going through some issues with the marriage.
He said that?
That was made clear, yeah.
Did he say what kind of issues?
No.
Do you remember? No.
Made clear.
So you said, I'm looking for someone to wake up. He knows you're referring to cocaine. I know where to get it. What happens next?
We get back in the limo. The driver takes us wherever it is that Barack had instructed him to take us. I had given Barack $250 to pay for coke. He gets out, comes back. I start putting a line on a CD tray to snort.
And you're in the limo?
Yep.
Driving or parked?
No, the driver's driving.
Yep.
I start to put a line on a CD tray, and I just happen to notice that he pulls something else out of his pocket. And next thing I know, he's got a little pipe and he's smoking. So I don't have an issue with it. I mean, some people smoke, some people snort.
Smoking the cocaine?
Yes.
Okay. Smoking the cocaine. That's what they both clarify at this point. But then for the rest of the interview, Tucker goes on to refer to it as crack. And they never clarify whether it's crack or cocaine. You can smoke just like powdered cocaine. It is possible. So like, I don't know why this is even relevant.
So as I'm doing a line, I just start. This is the part where you kind of make your move to see where things are going. So I just started rubbing my hand along his thigh to see where it was going, and it went the direction I had intended it to go. So the night became somewhat active sexually and drug-wise in the limo.
So you hit on him. Did he seem shocked by that?
Not at all.
Yeah. I mean, if you're smoking crack with a stranger in the back of a limo, like, you got to imagine things might go crazy places.
Well, not only imagine it, I look at it this way. I've done a lot of crazy things.
Yeah, like Tucker uses them interchangeably. I don't think he knows the difference. Unless he does and just wants it to be very racist. I don't know.
My lifetime, I'm a pretty good judge of character, and I pretty much know whether or not I can move in a certain direction with an individual. I didn't feel that I was going in the wrong direction. I just wasn't so sure how much I could trust the individual at first. And that was probably one of my bigger concerns. But the fact that I was already becoming somewhat buzzed, you kind of throw caution to the wind.
You weren't sure you could trust the individual. What does that mean?
When you meet someone out of the blue and you go to a level that you're doing drugs with, or you're giving money to purchase drugs, or even for sexual activity, you have to be sure that you can trust them. And when I say trust, I mean that you're not going to end up being robbed, or that you're not going to end up having a knife stuck into you, you know, from one direction or another, or that you're not going to pull up somewhere and all of a sudden the car door is going to open and you got 5 people pulling you out of it.
Totally.
That's what I mean when I say trust someone.
And you've been around at this point in your life, big time.
Yeah.
Right. So probably not your first time in a situation like this.
Not at all. And that's why I said I pretty much know where I can go and at what point.
So you start rubbing his leg, and he's, I mean, I think, I'll just be totally blunt with you, like a man who's not into gay sex would be like, whoa, settle down.
Trust me, if it was something.
Whoa, settle down. Tucker says, I have to imagine a man who's not into gay sex would be like, whoa, settle down. He said that like he's into gay sex.
Pulling you out of it.
Totally.
That's what I mean when I say trust someone.
And you've been around at this point in your life, big time.
Yeah.
Right.
Been around.
So probably not your first time in a situation like this.
Not at all. And that's why I said I pretty much know where I can go and at what point.
So you start rubbing his leg, and he's, I mean, I think, I'll just be totally blunt with you, like a man who's not into gay sex would be like, whoa, settle down.
Trust me, if it was something that you were not interested in, and you're right, I've had guys that I read wrong that would literally try to break your hand.
For sure.
If you went in that route. So it's not like this was something that he wasn't into. It's not something that he was shocked by. Shocked by, you don't get excited and you don't unbutton your pants and you don't just sit there and let it happen. So it definitely wasn't Barack's first time. That much I'm absolutely certain of. And I would almost be willing to bet you it wasn't his last.
So so you performed oral sex on Barack Obama. You did. In the drivers up front.
Oh my God. Why does Tucker need to know all the dirty details? Like every single detail.
Yep.
And he's cool with this.
The driver has the partition up. He didn't have a problem with it. He didn't put it down for any reason.
I mean, he kind of set up the whole thing for this in the first place.
Exactly. And I have a funny feeling he had no bones to pick with it as far as what took place.
So what happened after?
Afterwards, I actually went back to my hotel. I had specifically asked that he drop Barack off first, but for some reason he and Barack chose that they would drop me off at the hotel first and then he would take Barack. So Barack actually made the drive out to Gurnee, which is a suburb outside of Chicago, to the hotel for me to be.
I mean, if this is true, it's probably because he didn't want his hookup knowing where he was staying. You know, should you figure out who he is.
Dropped off.
What hotel was it?
It was the Comfort Inn in Gurnee.
Ooh, that sounds depressing.
Well, you have to remember it was.
Sounds depressing. Shut up, Tucker. You've never stayed in a fucking Comfort Inn. Shut up.
99.
Yeah. No,
and it was close to the Great Lakes Naval Facilities.
Yeah.
But I got dropped off. They left. The next day was somewhat interesting because he ends up showing up at my hotel room, which I thought was somewhat weird, but
He wanted some more.
mhm.
So when you say he showed up, he just
Some more.
He showed up. I mean, I had no warning. I was in the room. There's a knock on the door. I open the door and he's standing there. And he's standing there with more coke, and he comes in, and it was just like a quick, rehash or rerun from the night before.
exact same program.
Exact same program.
Was he smoking again?
Yep.
So Barack Obama smokes crack, and then you perform
Yep.
oral sex on him.
And like I said, the only reason I had come out about
Oh my
it,
god. Hey, yeah, stop. And where did he come? Yeah, and where exactly did he come?
is I had reached out to the campaign even in 2007, only because I saw all these kids getting excited about it.
Okay, wait. So how did that end? Like,
Same way. You get off, you finish smoking, you leave.
thanks, bye.
The same as ever.
Huh. What did you think of him?
Huh. As if you've never had a hookup before, please.
I thought it was interesting. I thought it was definitely a con. But
What do you mean by that?
well, in my life at that point, you made it clear I had already been around.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. So when people are doing things because they actually really enjoy it, or they're sincere, or they're looking, for a connection, or they're doing something because they're looking for an in, or they're looking for a hook, or it's a game.
Yeah.
So for me, I felt that it was a game for him. It was like, okay, what am I going to get out of it? Or is there something I can get out of it other than just, the sexual part?
Right.
And lucky for me, I wasn't going back to Chicago anytime soon, so it really didn't matter.
So you were left with a bad taste in your mouth.
Something, yeah.
Get something. It wasn't so bad. Describe the taste. Describe taste of cum. Why is Tucker so fucking gross about this?
Did you talk to him again?
I did not. In fact,
And did you have any idea, even though you had sex with him twice, you did cocaine with him, watched him smoke crack twice, you had no idea who he was?
I had no idea who he was until I'm sitting in my house in Tequila, Nayarit, Mexico in 2004, and he walked on that stage
In Boston.
in the DNC convention, and I literally hit the floor. I just hit the floor and was.
Wait, so you're watching the Democratic Convention from Mexico?
I was
and the guy that smoked crack in your Comfort Inn with you?
I was laughing so hard.
And you were sure it was him?
I was absolutely positive.
How?
I don't forget people I've met. I don't forget people I have spent time with. I just don't.
And just to restate, because I think you affirmed this, but he used his real name when you were with him.
Yes,
Did he call himself Barack or Barry?
Barack.
Barack.
Barack or Barry? Oh my god, stop.
And so did the driver. And that's why at first when everybody was referring to him as Barry, I just didn't understand or catch on. Because like I said, I didn't know that much about him other than the fact that, hey, you hook up, today it's Grindr. Back then it was,
The limo driver.
yeah, a limo driver or a bartender, You ask and somebody knows somebody or somebody doesn't.
Amazing. Amazing. So you're sitting there in Mexico watching this.
Fucking Brian Krasenstein is actually right on this. A rare Brian Krasenstein W. The story was litigated in the Court of Public Opinion in 2008. Larry Sinclair failed to pass a polygraph test. He proved he was dishonest and a fraud over a 27-year span where he was convicted of multiple felonies involving his lack of honesty. Why are we relitigating this now when it doesn't matter one bit? Is this Tucker on X or tabloid on X? I mean, okay, same. It's the same thing. Yeah. No! Oh no. I lost the place. Oh no. Oh no. Did he also say his
A
middle
small
name?
percentage of people.
Think we were there? Oh no. Oh god, now it's broken. I just wanted to read one comment, Twitter. Come on. Come on! Do better.
In retrospect,
2004, and he about me. I've never been in the closet. DNC convention.
Obama smokes crack and then you perform
Yep.
oral sex on him.
I had already been around.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Big
So,
time.
You know, 2004. I like, okay, what am I going to get out of it, or is there something I can get out of it other than just, the sexual part?
Right.
And lucky for me, I wasn't going back to Chicago. Spent time with. I just don't.
And just to restate, because I think you affirmed this, but he used his real name when you were with him.
Yes.
Did he call himself Barack or Barry?
Hi, Nikki.
Barack.
Barack.
And so did the driver. And that's why at first when everybody was referring to him as Barry, I just didn't understand or catch on. Because like I said, I didn't know that much about him other than the fact that, hey, you hook up, today it's Grindr. Back then it was,
Bernard.
The limo driver.
yeah, a limo driver or a bartender, You ask and somebody knows somebody or somebody doesn't.
Amazing. Amazing. So you're sitting there in Mexico watching this and you think, that's the guy I had sex with who smoked crack with me.
Yep.
And what do you think?
Like I said, I just started cracking up. I freaked out. I had even pointed out to some friends of mine that were at the house that night, and I told them, I said, you're not going to believe this. I said, I blew this guy twice, and they just start cracking up. But that's the thing about me. I've never been in the club.
I blew this guy twice. Imagine your friend turns to you and says they blew the presidential candidate twice. Come on.
I've never hid. I mean, I'm always very direct and blunt.
Yeah.
And, I'm just like, this is unreal, and I had no idea that he was going to run, in 2008, but I was back from Mexico, but it was a strange feeling sitting there watching him walk across that stage and realizing who he was.
Huh. So what did you do? You said you reached out to the campaign?
Well, I didn't do anything in 2004, but when he announced his run for 2008, I did reach out to the campaign in late 2007 because I had seen a lot of these college kids talking about how thrilled they were, how there was a candidate who was completely honest about his entire life, his drug use, what he did when he was in school, the constant back and forth. 1 minute is, yes, I did cocaine when I was younger, or no, I never did cocaine, but I smoked weed. So I just simply pointed out that all I was asking was, look, why don't you just simply come out and say, I did coke and I've done it as recently as 1999. Just tell the truth. Put it out there and be honest.
Who cares? Who cares? I think everyone is doing coke in government, and I don't really give a fuck. I just wish they would decriminalize it. You know what I mean?
And let it stay as the truth rather than this back and forth. Never did hear anything back from them immediately.
Who did you reach out to? Do you remember?
I reached out to actually David Axelrod's office in Chicago. I'm trying to remember the letters because it was actually 3 letters.
And did you say I had sex with Barack Obama?
This is the interesting part. My first contact with the campaign never mentioned the sex whatsoever. That was actually brought to my attention by someone who eventually reached out to me in late.
Wait. The cropping is fucked up. Okay, I have to remember. Okay, it's 19 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Who eventually reached out to me in late 2007, claiming to be with the campaign, but wasn't with the campaign.
What do you mean that was pointed out to you? So you never told anyone
never-
in the Obama campaign you'd had sex with Barack Obama?
Not in 2007, no.
Interesting. But they knew?
Yep.
How? Who? Well, that's weird.
I'm assuming Barack himself, because the phone calls that I got in late 2007 came from a gentleman that I have repeatedly identified as Donald Young. And it was Donald Young who had mentioned to me that the campaign was not going to acknowledge the sex and the drug interaction. And
Of
I
course.
was somewhat taken back because, like I said, I had never mentioned the sex to the campaign at all at that point. I had in 2008.
Well, I mean, they probably knew. Obama probably remembered. Fuck, I did it again. Why am I like this? I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Dude, X video sucks. I'm going to Pornhub. Why is it? Why? Can you just work, though? Look at this website. It's such trash, dude. It's such garbage.
Assume is another piece that fell off that, you know, you
Yeah.
can pick up and smoke. But
let me just ask the obvious question, which, what was Obama like on crack?
actually, and I hate to say this because some people are going to think I'm really crazy. I knew a lot of people that smoked it because I was in Miami in the early 80s when it became quite popular. Similar to a friend of mine that I knew in Miami, gets extremely high, calm, almost euphoric. And then as it starts to come down, you know, the
Tucker's confused face, like he's never heard of cocaine before.
twitching and the looking, anything that looks white that's sitting on the seat or the floor, you assume is another piece that fell off that, you know, you can pick up and smoke. But while he was high, pretty much the same.
Pretty controlled.
Pretty controlled, euphoric, talkative, but not really saying anything.
So it was like his presidency.
A lot like it.
Was it your impression, and of course you would, strictly speaking, no, but was it your impression that this was the first time he'd ever smoked crack?
No. No. You don't, first of all, you don't buy crack, get in a limo, and have a pipe in your pocket if it's the first time you smoke crack. You just don't.
I mean, that's true. That's irrefutable. Since you said he had a crack pipe and, you know, he just started smoking crack right away, it's all true. You're right. You're so right.
That makes sense. So I've read about your story to the extent it's been written about, not very much. But I'd never read that Donald Young, this man Donald,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I fucked up the cropping again. I have to keep it in this position. I'm sorry.
Young called you and told you that he knew you'd had sex with Barack Obama.
That was the contact in late 2007 that I had that originally came under the guise that they were part of the Obama campaign.
So who was Donald Young?
Donald Young is a choir director and a school teacher. He was the choir director at Jeremiah Wright's church in Chicago, the same church that Barack Obama went to. He was also a very openly gay black man, but very well respected.
Did you know him?
I had never met him. I had not even realized that the person who was communicating with me had been killed until a good 2 months after.
So I'm going to get to that. So Donald Young is the choir director at Jeremiah Wright's church.
Yes.
And is it publicly confirmed that he knew Barack Obama?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Behind Larry Sinclair, there is like a giant pipe.
Donald Young's own mother has repeatedly said that she feels that her son died to protect Barack Obama.
It's just interesting that Donald
I'm waiting for it to pan back out.
would have called you. He's not working directly for the campaign that we know of.
Exactly.
There.
But somehow.
Do you see it? Do you see it? It's a giant ass peace pipe, dude. This is some like antique, like Native American architecture, artifact shit. Why is this here? Why is this here right now of all times? This is like a new set.
Now he has a copy of your letter. It sounds like maybe Donald Young was on cleanup duty.
Somehow he has my phone number. Exactly. And that's exactly what it was. Because like I said, the first calls were, I was led to believe that he was with the campaign. The last conversation that I had with Donald Young, he had actually come clean and said that he had been asked to call me and that his job was to get as much information from me as far as who I had spoken to, who I had given any information to, and to get that to them. He had told me to be careful, to watch myself, and to understand that the Barack Obama campaign was not in any way, shape, or form going to acknowledge anything or come out about anything. And he had made it clear that he had known Barack for quite some time and had had an intimate relationship with Barack for quite some time.
He told you that?
Yep. And that's when I knew that I could at least trust what I was being told. Originally, I had made it clear I didn't feel comfortable with the phone call because something just didn't seem right. But after a couple of calls, it started to all fall into place. And I had said the same thing to myself.
Wait, so you didn't know Donald Young existed?
Nope.
It sounds like you're not very political anyway. You weren't.
I wasn't at the time.
And you were just annoyed that Obama was talking about cocaine and lying about it.
I was extremely annoyed.
But the sex part had nothing to do with it.
No.
Then Donald Young, who you don't know, never heard of, calls up and says, by the way, I know you had sex with Barack Obama. I did too.
Yep. Pretty much.
This is a longer conversation, which we're going to have in a minute, but Obama has a wife and kids, and he's telling America what a great family man he is. Is that, or maybe you've seen this a lot? What do you think of that?
Well, in 2008, I made it clear that Obama was having marital problems in '99, and everybody in the world said that I was crazy, didn't know what I was talking about. And yet, what was it, 6 months ago?
Sure. They're all crazy. Yeah, everyone's crazy but you.
Obama comes out and tells the world that exactly what I said was the truth. In 1999, he and Michelle came very close to divorce. Really. 15 years later, what I say is the truth, but 15
What? Is that true even?
years earlier, I'm a liar and a fraud. It's interesting how things eventually come out. But yes, believe me, I've known guys that were completely happily married that will screw around with another man on a weekly basis and think nothing of it.
Huh. Is it your sense that that's who Obama is, just transactional, or that he's bisexual, or like, what is this?
No, my feeling that Barack Obama is probably, he's definitely bi. I think there is a lot of transactional qualities to him, because I think whatever he does, it is looking for a hook or looking for a benefit.
Yeah. That's consistent with his public persona too, I would say. So Donald Young calls you, you actually end up, sounds like you kind of like and trust Donald Young.
I did.
Did he say how long he'd had a relationship with?
He had just said that they had been intimate for years.
Intimate for years. And what happened to Donald Young?
Donald Young was shot dead in his apartment, second floor in Chicago, Illinois. I think it was December 23rd of 2007.
Oh yeah,
According
that's
to
right.
the police.
So this is all following the Obama chef who was found mysteriously drowned in a lake behind the Obama's vacation home. The Obamas were not there, but everyone is still conspiracizing about it. So.
Report in the death certificate, multiple gunshot wounds, close range, no forced entry, second floor apartment, yet not a single resident in the building heard a single shot, but yet they can hear every shot that's fired in the street outside. Jeremiah Wright announces that Donald Young's dead earlier that morning, even before it was announced, even before he was declared dead. I mean, a lot of it just didn't make sense.
This is all public, and you can
Yep.
look this up, and it's still on the internet. Tell us about Donald Young's mother.
Norma Jean Young actually is a former Chicago Police Department employee.
Really?
Really. She had worked for the
Norma Jean, not my love.
Chicago PD. I had spoken with his sister Lorraine shortly after I realized that he was the gentleman that I had been speaking with. There were people at the time that were attempting to have Lorraine and other members of Donald's family file criminal complaints against me with Chicago because they wanted me arrested. They were trying to get the family to say that I was trying to con them or something. To my knowledge, they never did any such thing. But at the same time, I continue to respect Lorraine and the rest of the family. But Mrs. Young had finally come out and told David Nelson, who was a reporter that I knew out of Minnesota, that she was convinced that Donald had been killed, that his death was to protect his friend Obama. And she confirmed that they had, in fact, been extremely close for years.
I mean, did she confirm that they'd had sex, Obama and Donald Young?
Her confirmation wasn't referencing, or she did not specifically say that they were sexually involved. She just simply said that they had been intimate friends for years.
Friends.
But she believed the Obama campaign was responsible.
She believed that his death was due to protecting Barack Obama. And I made the same argument that people said, well, how are you accusing Barack? I said, I'm not accusing Barack of anything. But I said, I'm willing to bet my life that Barack Obama and Jeremiah Wright both know or have knowledge of who killed Donald Young. There is no doubt in my mind about that.
Well, this was a guy who was clearly going to be the next leader of the world. You know, people kill each other over insurance claims, over bar fights. You know, there's a lot at stake here. I have no knowledge of this. I'm not alleging a murder by the Obama campaign or its allies, but it's not. It's not a crazy thing to wonder, obviously.
No, and the only thing after I realized what had happened with Donald Young, the only thing I'd ever asked was the same thing that I had done. And I said, you know, if you want to accuse me of being crazy, you know, release your phone records. You know, turn over your phone records from your phone in '99. Turn over your phone records for the last year. I mean, it's that easy. If you've got nothing to hide, it's not like they're going to be made public. Turn them over to authorities. Let them investigate. Let them look. But no.
Wait. What phone records from 99? You met through a limo driver. And then he showed up at your hotel. So what phone records would there even be?
So now seems like a fair time to ask about your motive. So your initial motive was you were annoyed because you believed or you knew that Obama was lying about his drug use.
Right.
But then after the Donald Young exchange, where he brings up the sex that you had with Obama, what was the point at which you decided, I'm just going to bring this to the country, I'm going to go public?
Well, in January of 2008, after having contacted the campaign yet again, I had decided, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to make a YouTube video and put it up, which I did. It wasn't because I was looking for anything out of it. In fact, if I had even stopped long enough to anticipate the blowback and the consequences of speaking out, me being me, it probably would not have stopped me. It might have slowed me a little bit, but it would not have stopped me. But I figured if you're going to call him out, you can't call him out on part of it. And people said, well, why didn't you just talk about the drug use and leave the sex out? And I said, because if I said he just used drugs and then you found out later it was drugs and sex, you would accuse me of lying because I didn't mention the sex. So my opinion was, if you're going to tell the story, then you tell the whole story and let the chips fall where they may. So that's exactly what I did.
And so you made a YouTube video. By the way, I looked for it last night. I couldn't find it.
That's because YouTube gave access to my account to someone shortly after the polygraph test. And I was never given access back to it.
It's a conspiracy. He's being canceled. Free my man, Larry. It's literally the Illuminati.
Before the video was actually deleted.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, YouTube gave access to the account and the video was deleted. Microsoft gave access to my Hotmail account and all of my emails were circulating the internet, and vacation replies were set up on my email telling people that I was busy giving blowjobs and would get back with them when I was done. And oh yeah.
Man, they want.
I mean, he just got hacked. That's just hacked, you know?
Wanted Obama to be president.
Yep, and they wanted me to be the biggest fraud and nutcase that ever existed.
So, I gotta ask you, I mean, you know, I wasn't there. I can only assess what you're saying. I don't see any obvious motive for you for gain, financial gain. You're not going to get rich doing this. And in fact, you haven't. You've gotten impoverished as a result of it. But
again, he is selling his book for $956. So, okay.
Like, if I'm a reporter, well, I was a reporter at the time. I remember thinking, well, that's an interesting story. But it seemed like nobody in the media wanted to follow up with you. And some people, like Ben Smith at Politico, who's a liar and a shill posing as a journalist, I reread the piece last night that he wrote saying, oh, it's ridiculous. Right off the first graph, it's ridiculous, these claims.
Well, I think I have an answer for why a lot of reporters did not want to follow up. And I think it would have something to do with what David Axelrod told a old Chicago Sun-Times reporter, or no, a Chicago Tribune reporter, John Crutzen.
Axelrod had been a reporter in Chicago before he went into politics.
Well, John Crutzen worked for the Chicago Tribune. And John Crutzen actually came to Duluth, Minnesota and sat down with me and talked with me. And John Crutzen had told me point blank that before he had flown out, that he had spoken to Axelrod and that Axelrod had told him that they were aware of who I was and that it was their intentions to destroy me, and that if any reporter had mentioned me to them, they would be completely cut off, and that outlet would be completely cut off from access to the Obama campaign for the duration of the year. So I think that had a lot to do with why reporters didn't bring things up to the campaign, because everybody wanted access to, you know, the new savior. Nobody wanted to be blackballed and denied access to a historic campaign.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's the guy's running for president and credible information comes out that he's smoking crack and having sex with dudes, I mean, that seems like a story.
Well, it would be a story if the media really cared.
Seems like a story. Yeah, no, you best believe that if that was true, the media would have jumped all over that. Are you kidding me? The media that pumped Barack Hussein Obama, that media, yeah, they would have loved that shit.
About telling people the truth about anything.
Yeah, they're liars. And that Ben Smith is a liar.
Oh, Ben Smith's more than a liar, but you're right.
What do you mean more than a liar?
He's a complete fraud. Ben Smith, you know, I hear people talking about grifters. Ben Smith to me is a grifter. Ben Smith wrote an article saying that I had a 27-year
Criminal history.
Career criminal. And the funny thing is if you look my criminal history up, which I've published myself and provided from day one, my criminal history goes from 1980 to 1986. And everything I've ever done, I've owned it. I've never wasted taxpayer money. And any sentence I've ever been given, I've served. But he also said that I was a fugitive, that I was avoiding prosecution, I was trying to prevent from going to jail. None of that was true. But the media ran with it. Even Greta linked to it and said that people asked me why I would not interview Larry Sinclair. This is why. And she linked to Ben Smith's article. And notice his article was published right when I was preparing to do the press conference at the National Press Club. But hey, the National Press Club, so-called beacon for freedom of the press, they were just as...
I don't believe this guy at all. I really don't believe him. I don't know. Why is this the thing? Why did this happen? Why did I do this?
Involved in trying to keep the story from ever being...
It's interesting. I watched the other night, I watched your entire National Press Club appearance, and in it you detail your intersections with law enforcement exhaustively. Yep. Every time you've been arrested, you explain it. Every time you've done time, you explain it. So you didn't, from what I could tell, hide your past.
No. Why? You can't. I mean, I've never hidden my past in regular everyday life. Why would I hide it in something like this?
So, I mean, you're the only person on this set who's had sex with Barack Obama. So I think you're, I don't know, expert on Obama, but
as far as we know,
you know more than most people. What's your assessment of him now?
I think he's the same grifter that he's always been. I think he's still very power hungry. I think Obama is calling the shots in the current Biden administration more than people are willing to admit. I think Obama is hell-bent. I made a statement during that press conference that I felt that Barack Obama being elected was going to push race relations in this country backwards 50 years. I am absolutely positive I was.
Yes, I think you've been vindicated on that.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that, Larry? Hey Larry, why'd you say that?
Because race relations in this country has not only gotten pushed back, but everything's about race now. Everything is about victimization now.
It's interesting though. Yeah, he's obviously a race hater, very anti-white, but he has sex with a white man. So you have to ask, like, is that real?
Oh, for him, of course. I would be willing to bet you I'm not the only white person he's ever had sex with, or male, anyway.
Yeah.
But hey, he's got what he wanted. you know, he is in DC. He's living the life. He's still looked upon as being the savior of the country, you know, and sadly, people are still giving him that power. And I think it's going eventually to be to the detriment of.
Can I just ask you one last question? How did you?
That point was so weird. Like, oh yeah, he just likes to fuck white guys. Okay, I guess.
I'm just thinking about it. It's very insightful because I knew a lot of people who weren't liberal who voted for Obama purely on the race question. And they weren't all self-hating, guilty whites. They were like nice, normal people who wanted to see race relations improve. And that really was the core promise of his campaign. And a lot of people bought it. A lot of smart people bought it. And I saw why they bought it. But you didn't buy it. How did you know that?
I grew up in South Carolina in the 1960s and 70s, okay? I've been gay and knew I was gay since 6 years old. Never hid it, okay?
Yeah.
I grew up in rural South Carolina. And my first job as a kid was cropping tobacco for a family by the name of Rose that were a black family living across the road from my grandparents. So I grew up as a kid, a gay kid, in an era and an area that would get you killed being gay just as quick as you could be hanging being black. So I actually knew the other side of the track before I knew that I was supposed to act like I was above this or above that. I've watched it my whole life. I know when someone plays, when it comes to acting like they're one way and then in reality they're the biggest racists or bigots alive on both sides, okay? I knew because he was saying one thing in the campaign, and then if people started to actually listen to what he was saying, remember there was a time when he actually told supporters to show up at a fight with a knife, get in people's face, argue with them if they didn't agree to support.
What? When?
Support him. If they didn't agree to vote for him, argue with them, convince them. Come on. You don't make statements like that and tell me that you're not going to make things about race. He did.
Man, that is the one part of your story that we can say unequivocally you're telling the truth about. You saw that, and most people didn't. Larry Sinclair, I'm really grateful that you came. I wish I had interviewed you in 2008. I don't think anyone would have run the interview.
Yeah, the nonsensical race stuff. That was your best point yet, sir. Let's end there. What? Tucker, what the fuck are you doing?
But anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very much.
Thank you.
Great to meet you.
You too.
Great to meet you. What do you think they went and had a little rendezvous after? Under over on that. What do we think, chat? Oh fuck. Okay. All right. It's Dark History next, but first a break.
Respect to the trans community. And fuck you, transphobes.
Trans people are my friends. Transphobes gon' catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them, but we're going in. Trans people are my friends. Transphobes gon' catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them, but we're going in. Transphobes, show your fucking out. I'll knock you out. I'll knock you out. Transphobes, show your fucking out. I'll knock you out. You better watch out. Trans people are my friends. Transphobes gon' catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them, but we're going in. Trans people are my friends. Transphobes gon' catch these hands. Trans people are my Trans people are my friends. Everyone. Trans people are my friends.
You guys, my dad literally just got punched in the face for being a Trump supporter. Like, that was it. Just for being a Trump supporter. And I do it again. Bop, bop. And I do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. I do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it. Bop, bop, bop. And I do it again. Guys, my dad literally just got punched in the face for being a Trump supporter. Like, that was it. And I do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it. Bop, bop. And I do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop. And I do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it again. Bop, bop, bop. Do it again. Hold up. Bop, bop, bop. Do it. Bop, bop. Do it again. Bop, 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 bop. Do it. Bop, bop. And I do it again.
I'm Marquez. It's you, boy.
And I do it again.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like them frogs. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Frog!
Placeboing.
Do you really think I'm hot enough to be a slut? Aw, thanks. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck. Hi, I'm a giant whore. Got boys and girls always at my door. Fuck everyone till I'm sore. 3, some, 4, some or more. Yeah, I'm a world-class hoe. Get dick down everywhere I go. I like it fast, like it slow. And I always got that post-nut glow. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, call me slut, it feels great. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna be a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8, I like my pussy 8. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Post a titty, make a sip nut. Proud bitch, I smile when I suck. Hi, I'm a slut. Do what I want, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if your dick's cut. Always swallow, I heard it's good luck.
She called me a slut cause she put it in my butt. I felt it in my guts, feels so good when she nut. Don't be mad cause I'm a hoe, I'm just trying to get some dough. Pussy button, yes it flows, sex and make my pussy glow. Wanna fuck her soon, so I took her to my room. Let's fuck under the moon and listen to some tunes. She fell in love with how I moan, now she won't leave me alone. Trying to get a bone, now she won't get out my home. 1, 2, 3, 4, I wanna fuck some more. 5, 6, 7, 8, hurry up cause I can't wait. 1, 2, 3,
So good. So good. Okay, it's time for Dark History.
I just wanted to point out that this is our 100th episode of Dark History. Woo! I got a balloon. I got a balloon just for the occasion. Okay, wow. I can't believe it. 100th episode. Thank you so much to everyone who has watched and listened to us these past few years. Dark History started out as a passion project of mine, and to see like what it's become is really incredible. It's amazing. I've learned so much, and that's like been the goal with the podcast. I just wanted to learn, and I wanted others to learn as well. Because as cheesy as it is, knowledge really is power. Facts. So, thank you. Thank you for being here and down for the ride. I appreciate you. And I love hearing your responses to the show. And also, I have lots of exciting things coming up. It's going to be incredible. So now, celebration over. Let's get into it. Okay, so I think most of us know about Woodstock, right? Hippies, music, love, peace, drugs, you know? But did you know that Woodstock has an
I've heard of
evil
it.
cousin? In the late 60s, there was a massive music festival held in California. It was a
True.
day filled with bad drug trips, violent beatings, and even murder. It was supposed to represent progress, but instead, it exposed the dark side of music festivals. Oh, baby, I'm talking about the Altamont Speedway Free Festival. I know, I haven't heard about it either. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful day. My name is Bailey.
History time,
Sarian.
baby.
I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here, we believe history does not have to be boring. I mean, yes, it might be tragic, it might be happy, but either way, it's our dark history. So all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history goss, because today is juicy.
Let's.
Look, a couple of weeks ago, I was at an antique store and I saw this really big Woodstock poster for sale. It was so pretty. I wanted it so bad. The lady, she wouldn't sell it to me because I'm not worthy. So I had to settle with just like watching a documentary at home about Woodstock. And this got me to Googling. I'm Googling and goggling. And next thing you know, I come across something called Altamont. And I was like, what is this? It sounds like the name of an insurance company, right? Well, Altamont was a fire festival compared to Woodstock. Altamont, if you don't know, because I didn't know, is short for the Altamont Speedway Free Festival. First of all, mouthful, I know. So I'm just gonna call it Altamont, okay? And second of all, I know what you're thinking, Bailey. I've never heard of Altamont. Well, there's a reason for that. It was a complete shit show. People got stabbed. There were rumors about women like giving birth at the festival. And before the night was said and done, there was a murder that happened in the middle of the festival in front of everyone. But in order to understand Altamont, we have to know what was the goal? What were they trying to accomplish, you know? They basically wanted to be the bigger, better Woodstock. Now, most of you guys probably know about Woodstock. It was an iconic music festival in upstate New York in 1969. And this festival was huge. It was a huge, like, end of the decade party of the 60s. It was like New Year's Eve on crack. The idea was for it to be a nice little reward for everyone who had lived through the decade of trauma, war, and assassinations. Oh yeah. There were a lot of assassinations going on around this time. I mean, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and John F. Kennedy. So it was kind of like the first mega festival, and like no one had ever seen.
It's a big decade for assassinations.
Anything like it. But the organizers, they did drop the ball in one pretty major area. That was security. Yeah, they barely hired any. In the days leading up to Woodstock, 186,000 people had bought tickets, which is a lot of people, right? But, you know, with that amount of people, they really weren't worried about security so much. But little did they know that 400,000 people were about to turn up to their little music fair. So needless to say, Woodstock, overall, it was a hit. On August 29th, 1969, a hot, sweltering summer day brought out almost 500,000 people. Everyone flocked to Woodstock. All the hippies rocking their tie-dye tanks, their free-flowing locks of hair, their free-flowing bushes. Everything was just free and fun. And even when a rainstorm had like rolled in, it didn't matter. It was still a freaking fun party. Sure, there was mud. Yeah, there was probably shit in the mud. It had its faults, of course, but a lot of people thought it was the best thing ever. Bands like Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Joe Cocker, and Jimi Hendrix played. And hundreds of thousands of people got to experience this 3-day festival for free because there wasn't enough security to stop the people who didn't technically have a ticket. On top of that, for this festival, they didn't have a fence. I know. So it's like you could just walk in. Great, you're in. Woodstock was seen as like this huge positive moment in pop culture history. But little did the public know, it was also a massive failure profit-wise. Right after the festival, things were not looking good for the people who organized it. In fact, if the organizers hadn't taken a ton of footage of the festival, they would probably still be up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. But they turned the footage into a documentary called Woodstock. And thankfully, it was a big financial success because they like didn't get any money, you know? Now,
Wait, that's so cool. I didn't know there was a documentary.
Naturally, people didn't want the good energy of Woodstock to end. I mean, they wanted to do it again. They had that high. But Woodstock would prove to be completely
Should we watch it?
And honestly impossible to recreate. And for the people who hadn't made it to Woodstock, they were like, honestly, they got FOMO, right? They were jealous. They wanted to do it. They wanted in. Do it again. I want to go. So, a new idea for a new festival came along a few months later. So, the story of Altamont starts with a little English band called the Rolling Stones. Oh yeah. In the 60s, the Rolling Stones were everything. Critics described them as the original bad boys of rock and roll. They changed the way people saw rock stars forever. The Rolling Stones were so iconic to so many people because they played edgy music that refused to conform to the standards at the time. They released a song called I Can't Get No Satisfaction. Oh, so it wasn't Britney. Oh,
No, it was.
Okay. Well,
No.
They did.
They time traveled and they stole it from Britney, actually.
At the time, it was shocking. It was sexy. There was nothing else like it out there. It became an international hit, but Britney's was better. Plus, they would perform in these flashy outfits that totally destroyed any of society's fashion rules at the time. I mean, famous bands and singers of the time were still performing in like proper button-down shirts and dress pants, you know? And the Rolling Stones, they would come out wearing like top hats, skin-tight suit sequins, dresses. They leaned into being bad boys and refusing to follow social norms. Honestly hot. Good for them. I love that.
Good for them.
The lead singer and kind of like the face of the Stones, Mick Jagger, was a total sex symbol in the 60s. Yeah, I guess people thought he was hot. Because, girl...
True.
You're like, ugh. Throughout the 60s, the Rolling Stones had 5 #1 hits on the charts and millions of fans all over the world, okay? They were right up there with the Beatles. And after all these hits, the Rolling Stones were on a very successful, very profitable tour. But they wanted more. More! They wanted to throw a Woodstock of their own. And this time, they felt like the festival should be on the West Coast. They decided it would be the final show of like their US tour and their last show of the 60s.
West Coast, Best Coast.
And they really wanted to go out with like a bang. Okay, also at this time, the Rolling Stones, they had a little bit of like a bad reputation going on. People were talking shit, okay? Because listen, they were charging a little too much for tickets and it was pissing people off. Their tickets were $8.50. Who do they think they are?
Oh my God.
And people were fucking outraged.
Come on.
$8.50? What the fuck? Like, who's going to that? Huh? Like kings and queens? It was like, get off your high horse. Okay? And people were being very vocal about it. And so the Rolling Stones, it like gets back to them. They're noticing a shift going on. People are mad. And they needed some positive PR. So they're like, you know what? Let's make the tickets to our West Coast experience free. Wouldn't that be a good idea, you guys? Yeah. They used Woodstock as inspiration because they had a pretty insane lineup of world famous musicians. And they were like, you know what? We're gonna do that, but we're gonna do it better. They were gonna pull out all the stops. And it wasn't just gonna be a Woodstock 2.0, bitch, it was gonna be the shit. So this epic last Rolling Stones show was set to take place on December 6, 1969 in California. They figured people would be stoked to have a festival at the end of the year with the holidays and like the new year just around the corner. It was a way to be like, bye 60s. Okay, that's the inspo. But the problem that they were not really thinking about was the fact that they were not organized at all. The festival
Oh yeah, I forgot this is dark history. This is about to get so bad.
organizers didn't lock in any plans until just a few weeks before the festival was supposed to go down. Okay, but the worst part, the stupidest part, they had a date in mind of when they were gonna have this festival, but the organizers, they only announced the Altamont Festival to the people 4 days before it was gonna take place. 4 days, okay? The biggest problem with Altamont was they didn't know like where to even have the festival. They're like, California, but vague. So originally they were calling the event Woodstock West. It was supposed to take place in beautiful, lush Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. This area was like grassy, central, beautiful, right? It's like iconic, everything they wanted the festival to be. So the Rolling Stones, they get on the radio and they announce the festival. They tell everyone it's going to be at Golden Gate Park in San Francisco, and people are like, fuck yeah, let's go, yeah, like amped, right? It's free. But this was new news to the city of San Francisco. They're like, huh? No, I don't think so. Who'd he speak to? They didn't speak to San Francisco had no idea. They're like, no, get the fuck out of here. San Francisco is just not interested in hosting a big festival and having their beloved park destroyed, wrecked, shit on, who knows? So they end up going to the Stones and they're like, hey, no. And the city, they pulled out. So this left the organizers of the Altamont in a bit of a pickle. No one wanted to cancel the festival, bad idea. They already announced it. Instead, they decided that they were going to find a new place. No big deal. New place, okay? But
Casual.
at this point, they had less than 4 days to find
That should be fine. Yeah, I see no problems arising from this.
a venue. 4 days to find a venue that hundreds of thousands of people were going to show up to. 4 days. The Altamont organizers, they thought that they had found another good venue option in San Francisco. But the day before the festival, after they started setting up everything, the venue got cold feet. They were scared that the fans were probably going to mess up their property, right? But it's like, damn, you couldn't let us know sooner? Well, they had 4 days. It's their fault. You get it. The organizers didn't give up, though. They keep searching, okay? They're looking. They gotta find something. These venues, they need to charge the Stones to use the space. This is their show. But I guess the Stones didn't want to pay. I know. It's like, okay. So now you would think at this point, you should probably just take this all in and realize that this is a sign to just cancel the festival, right? It's not gonna work. I mean, again, the festival was free, so it's not like they would have to refund anybody, right? They could have canceled or even rescheduled. There were lots of other options that they could have went with, but no. The organizers were confident that they could still pull this off. So literally right before the concert, in the 11th hour, they find the venue, and it's the perfect venue. Well, if you squint, you know? And no, it wasn't like a cute farm. Sorry, I'm just thinking about a bunch of like farm animals hanging out with you. That'd be so cute. It wasn't a park. It wasn't at like some stadium. This venue, it was a racetrack. Yeah, that's right. The festival was moved to the Altamont Speedway. The Altamont Speedway was located in Alameda County, about an hour and a half away from San Francisco. Now, it was not known for its iconic views and parks like Golden Gate Park, and people didn't hold music festivals there, but it was available, and they were open to taking it. But the Speedway was basically like a glorified parking lot. It was just dry asphalt. Okay, there's no trees, there's no grass, there's no cute cows, nothing in sight. Middle of nowhere. Okay, so you gotta like drive out there. It was just not the first choice, you know? But the free festival, it had a pretty sick lineup, as the kids would say. So the Rolling Stones, honestly, they were just hoping people wouldn't care it was on a bunch of asphalt in the middle of nowhere because the lineup was sick, okay? They'll ignore if they're watching their favorite people on the stage, right? It's supposed to be about the music, right? Who cares? Get over it, babies. The festival advertised that it would be headlined by the Rolling Stones. And
Yeah, it'll be fine. You can just congregate any number of people anywhere and it'll be chill. No worries.
the show was also set to include Santana and the Grateful Dead. Great. It was like, fuck yeah, that's right, Santana.
Let's go.
The Rolling Stones were planning on filming the whole event, and at this time, they'd actually been already filming their whole tour for their own documentary. So they're like, hey, at least we're gonna make some money off of this festival by selling the footage, right? I mean, kind of smart. The Stones weren't stupid. They knew a ton of people would try to get into their festival, especially with all the big bands they had secured. I mean, Santana? God, people are showing up just ready to rage. Get the fuck out of here. Shut up. Finally, hours count down, and guess what? It's December 6, 1969, and it's the day of the festival. And surprise, surprise, over 300,000 people ended up showing up. And even though the organizers verbally said they were expecting a lot of people, they weren't actually thinking about what that even means or what that looks like, you know? So right off the bat, there's issues. The roads that were leading to the festival were shut down because the Altamont Speedway didn't have enough parking. So people were just like abandoning their cars on the side of the road and walking miles to the Speedway. At the festival itself, there were no like food vendors. Yeah, not even a pretzel, not a hot dog in sight. People who are walking into the festival, many of the time just like buzzed on cheap wine, and that's not gonna be good. Yeah. Oh, my favorite part was that on top of that, they only brought in 100 porta potties for over 300,000 people. Yeah. Can you imagine? No.
Uh-oh.
Actually, I've seen a porta potty that's overflowed. Don't ask. It was awful.
God. Oh, God. It's like Burning Man. I'm sure it was a disaster.
It was disgusting. So I imagine it was a lot of that shit just piled to the top. I don't even know how they shit on top of that pile because it was stacked so high. But within like the first half hour, I'm sure they ended up being filled, right? Great. The festival organizers had the crew move in all of their gear from the old venue, and they just like plopped it on the asphalt. Nothing was really like fully put together, including the stage. Now, when we think of a stage, imagine a stage. Now, I'm sure you're imagining the stage being kind of like lifted, elevated above you. You know, a stage where one performs. But this was no stage like you're thinking in your mind. This was a DIY stage, okay? Pinterested. And there was no barrier between the musicians and the people. The bands were performing essentially at the base of a tall slope by the Speedway. This was so people would be able to look down at the performers and still get to see at least a little bit of the show. So instead of being up, they were down. And for the bands, this gave them a really sick feeling of, quote, unease. I mean, think about it. It must have been like absolutely terrifying feeling like little tiny ants. Oh, I love ants. Surrounded by thousands of fans, like in all directions of you, and they're kind of like coming upwards. Does that make sense? I love ants. Dark history of ants. Let me know down below. But the organizers, they were like, don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. We're going to have security. We're going to have security to handle all of your unease. When the festival security was discussed, the managers of the Grateful Dead and Jefferson Airplane pointed out that the Hells Angels had actually provided great security at a concert in 1967. So why not just hire them? They're great. And yeah, when I say Hells Angel, I'm talking about exactly who you think. The Hells Angels biker friendship group. Friendship. They have matching bracelets. But if you don't know, the Hells Angels, they were founded in San Bernardino in 1948 by a World War II veteran. And it started as a small group of guys who rode Harley-Davidson motorcycles, just bropping all over the place. But by the 60s, it was known as a, quote, outlaw motorcycle gang. They're actually considered an organized crime syndicate by the police and the U.S. Department of Justice. So what I'm getting at is that they're not a friendship group.
A little more than friendship, huh? A little bit more like a mafia.
Yeah. So it's definitely it's a unique choice. But the Hells Angels, specifically the British Hells Angels, had actually done security for the Stones before. I mean, honestly, it probably felt like kind of cool to have a biker gang for security, kind of aligning with your rock and roll brand. Like, yeah, I got security. And the best thing of all, they were available on short notice. And on top of that, they didn't even want to be paid in money. I know, what's the catch? One of the main organizers of Altamont was the Rolling Stones tour manager, Sam Cutler. And Sam said that when he asked the Hells Angel how they would like to be paid for their services, they responded with, "We like beer." All right, you know?
We like beer. Seems good, man.
According to multiple angels, sorry, I was thinking about Jesus. They were paid about $500 worth of cheap beer, which is just a bargain, right? Love that. They say this is because they were, quote, not interested in policing the event. Okay, all right. I guess they just want to party, really. It was just supposed to be like low-key, whatever. They're not gonna be like psycho, so they're just gonna hang out and have some beer and make sure everything's okay. They had like 3 main jobs, the Hells Angels: to keep people off the stage, keep people off the cameras, and also keep them away from sound equipment that had been set up all over the venue. Just look out. That's great. According to a former member of Hells Angels named Sonny, they were mostly required to, quote, sit on the edge of the stage, drink beer, and make sure there were not any murders or rapes occurring. No rapes. But murder, they were kind of, shaky on it. But what people maybe weren't thinking about was that the other show that the Hells Angels had done security for, they also had police security. So, the police did most of the heavy lifting. But at Altamont, no, it was just all of the Hells Angels. I guess this happened because Mick Jagger didn't want any police there. It was just supposed to be hippie, loving environment. But pretty much right away when the festival started, it was anything but that. The Grateful Dead's manager, a man named Rock Scully, said if the Angels hadn't been guarding that crappy stage, then, quote, that whole crowd could have easily passed out and rolled down onto the stage. There was no barrier, end quote. The only thing that was between the wild fans
and the
bands were just like a few of the guys from the Hells Angels. They were kind of like those bouncers.
Dude, it's just like right there. Oh my God. It's just right there. She's fire. Yeah, I love Bailey. This is wild. Who thought this was a good idea? Who? Oh, I mean you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't know who she. I appreciate you. Welcome in.
like a few of the guys from the Hells Angels. They were kind of like those bouncers at the base of a concert's VIP section, where they just kind of look at you and they say, hey, don't do that. Hey, no. Or maybe they pull you out of the pit. Those guys. It was kind of like that. At Woodstock, there was this unspoken understanding that everyone was in it together. Like High School Musical. We're all in this together. It was like that. But at Altamont,
Gross. Thanks, I hate it. How are we? I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Just chilling. Winding down. In the chill part of the stream. So I'm chilling. How are you?
when they were driving out to the middle of nowhere, they were starting to realize some shit, okay? They're like, this is a little odd. So then when they get there, and they were being forced to stand on some asphalt or on a slope way far away from the stage, they're getting a little pissed. And it turns out they could barely even see anything. I mean, this was supposed to be a life-changing event, god damn it. But the vibes?
Good, but sleepy. Just wanted to say hi. Appreciate you. Hi. Leave and catch you next stream and missing you. Cool. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good night. Sleep well.
The vibes at Altamont were just chaotic from the jump. After a little while, people are getting all antsy, right? So they just start pushing their way to the front to get a better view. But the Hells Angels, they no likey. No likey that, they did not like it. So they decided the best way to keep these people away from the musicians was to line up their big ass motorcycles in front of the stage, right?
I'll never get past my motorcycle.
But hey, there's a lot of people, okay? And they were getting a little wild, wet and wild. And it's not just because they were excited for the show. It was because...
Yeah, I think I've heard about this. This is a crazy story.
Yeah.
There were a lot of drugs available at Altamont, okay? It was the 60s, shut up. Everyone was experimenting, just having a good time. Smoking a pancake, okay? Smoking a pancake, bonging a bitch, living. The problem was that most people at this time, they loved LSD. That was their favorite drug. Wait, LSD. Why am I thinking of the Mormon church?
LDS. Yeah, it's very close, but could not be further apart ideologically.
Oh. Sorry about that. Okay, now before the LSD people come for me, I'm not trying to judge you or your drug of choice, okay? Live, laugh, LSD. I support you as long as you're being safe and not an idiot. But the LSD at Altamont was not your typical type, okay? In the 60s, LSD was being used a lot. It was a party drug known for its amazing effects. People would be hallucinating, they'd be having visions, having that little "that's so Raven" moment, just making discoveries about themselves. It was an experience. But not long before Altamont, the US government started cracking down on the use and the sale of that drug because it was getting out of hand. And because of this crackdown, a lot of the drug makers of legit, high quality LSD were either arrested or they had to close up shop. But most people didn't know about this. And what was left after this government crackdown was LSD being cut with other drugs like speed, or in other words, meth. People are tripping, but also they're being a little chaotic.
Yeah, maybe meth, maybe PCP. It could have been any number of things.
You get it. Joan was there. She told me about it. Paul died. The drugs, too much for him. He couldn't handle. Joan, she lived. She loved. She had a good time. That's what she said. I think she slept with Mick Jagger. At least that's what she told me. Are you lying? She's a little liar, but whatever. So, meth. So I need you to envision in your mind a crowd of 300,000 people on some insane trip none of them were expecting. Yeah, these people, they're paranoid, but excited. Their hearts beating out of their chest, but also they want to lay down. There's no food, there's no water. Body going through it. The drug trips were apparently so
Oh,
bad that
no.
someone had to call the local hospitals to fly in
God. Oh, what a nightmare, dude. No, not even water. Like, fuck.
sedatives to calm people down. So, another drug. Drugs. Writer Joel Selvin describes people experiencing absolute freakouts from their drug trip.
Yeah, if you're having a bad time, or you know anyone having a bad time, it's always a good idea to keep some benzos on hand or any anti-anxiety drug. It will help you calm down significantly. It may or may not kill your trip, but it will make you feel better.
I imagine, Joel. Holy shit. In his 2016 book about Altamont, he writes, quote, "It's like a toxic mass psychosis. The drugs were terrible," end quote. Bummer, man. Doctors were called in to set up a medical tent and give people a drug called Thorazine, and this was specifically used for people having really bad, insane drug trips. And I mean, it was supposed to help, okay? But anyone who's been to like a high school party knows that with cheap beer, bad drugs, no food, you are so fucked. Actually, no, because back then you could go to sleep and wake up and you were fine. You know, try doing that today. Anyways, but bad, right? Yeah. There's really no sedative for it, right? Except Jack in the Box, their monster tacos. Yes. Shout out to the monster taco.
Jack in the Box tacos are surprisingly kind of good. They're not bad, actually.
Go, bitch. Please sponsor taco. I need that taco to sponsor me. So even with the sedatives in people's systems, the Hells Angels were having a hard time keeping people in line. People were shoving each other, they were shouting, they were climbing up expensive video equipment, you know, because they wanted to get a better view. Well, the Hells Angels are they're getting angry, but people are just straight up ignoring them. They're like, whatever, they're not police, what are they gonna do? Run me over with their bike? The Hells Angels, if you keep poking that bear, well, eventually they're gonna get a little mad and violent. And it became a total take no prisoners approach. There were a few people who managed to get to the very front of the stage, and they started like knocking their motorcycle fence over, knocking the bikes over, you know, because they wanted to get a better view. And if there's anything I know about people with bikes, you don't touch those bikies. Knock it over, they will literally knock your head off. So when people had pushed over the Hells Angels motorcycles, they took it very personally. I mean, these bikes were their most prized possessions. And these people were just like disrespecting their Harleys like that right in front of them? No, the Angels were
Wait, is Bailey justifying the Hells Angels right now? Is she really running defense for the Hells Angels? Bailey, come on, be serious.
pissed. So, you know what? They're like, fuck you guys, and they started to turn on the crowd. They were going to make them pay for this disrespect. Okay. Now, there isn't an official number on the amount of people that were injured, but we do know dozens of people got beat the fuck up by the Hells Angels. The reports say they either beat them with their fists, full cans of beer, which, ouch, or they would use motorcycle chains, beat them with that, or like sawed off pool cues. I know, I was like, where the hell did they get a pool cue? You're in the middle of nowhere, you know? I think they brought him themselves, probably. There were reports of fights between the Angels and people in the crowd everywhere. There was one woman who wandered onto the stage, and a Hells Angel decided to drag her off the stage, but by her hair. Dick. And there were even rumors that since the police weren't there, the Angels were just stealing money and drugs off of the people they were beating up. And this part made me laugh a little. Just a little. Sorry for laughing, but it did. Apparently, the Hells Angels would also rev up their engines when they decided they didn't like the music that was playing. Yeah, they'd like, I don't like this song, and they would just rev the engine. I just think that's so immature. Like,
it's so petty.
Silly. I don't know. I thought it was funny. Shut up.
You weren't hired because you liked the music.
Just imagine being heckled by like a beefy biker who's like 3 feet away from you. It's kind of funny. Okay. Whatever. At a certain point, the angels seemed to start turning on the bands they were supposed to be protecting. And this started pretty much fucking Santana, man. Okay. Pretty much it started right when Santana opened the show. Yeah. He's like, so let's forget about. And then the Hell's Angels were like, nope. Poor Santana. I'm sorry. That sucks. So I guess like right when Santana opened the festival, some guy, he took off all his clothes. Yeah, he got butt-ass naked and he ran across the stage. And honestly, I love people who do that because I'm like, no, I don't. That's pervy. I'm a perv. But 2 Hell's Angels pulled him from the stage and started like beating him up in front of everyone. Butt naked, getting beat up. Could you imagine?
Damn.
Embarrassing. I hope someone got pictures. Bill Owens, who
Seriously.
was a photographer at Altamont, saw the whole thing go down. Did he get pictures? He said, quote, 2 angels with their pool cues beat a naked guy. I'm so sorry. This is not funny. Beat a naked guy to the ground. Then they kicked him with their boots. He was bloodied and had his teeth knocked out. He crawled under the stage to get away from it, still naked. Somebody told me he stayed under there for the rest of the festival, which ran from day into night. I've always wondered how he got home with no clothes on. End quote.
Dude, that's awful. Awful. There's no way he stayed under there the whole time. There's no way. He escaped out the back, right? Like, there's no way. The fuck?
Okay, it was clear that they were getting a little off. Things were getting a little out of control, okay? And Joel, the writer of the Altamont book, said, quote, there was no central command or figurehead running the whole festival and handling like the logistics. Nobody in the crew knew who was in charge. End quote. There was no captain. Who the fuck was in charge? Now, when the band Ace of Cups was playing, someone in the crowd just fucking, just hurled is the word, hurled a beer bottle at one of the band members' heads. Yeah, and it ends up hitting one of the members on stage. And the musician it hit was 6 months pregnant at the time, and the bottle caused a serious skull fracture. She had to freaking be like rushed out of the venue to have emergency surgery. What the? Like, that's fucked. You could throw it at a big beefy guy. Well, you shouldn't. But like, that's better. Not a pregnant woman who's performing for you, you little ass bitch. Capital C. Anyways, I hope she lived. Okay, so bad, right? I don't get you people who throw shit on stages. I don't get it. I don't understand what your end goal is. We all paid to be here. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, let me just stop. Okay. There was another story of this woman who was on a really bad drug trip. She fell to the ground and was getting kicked and walked on by other people who were just as high as she was. They probably thought they were like walking on clouds. I don't know. And like, it was awful. I'm laughing because of how uncomfortable I am. Excuse me. It's not funny because that is a scary. One time I was in a mosh pit. I was the person who got into the pit. And one time I fell. It was the scariest moment of my life. I don't know what I thought, but I was scared out of my I don't know what I'm trying to say. I was scared. So, it's awful. Would not recommend.
Yeah, it is. It is scary. Do not go into the mosh pit unless you are prepared to mosh.
But nobody felt like they could just like go up to the Hells Angels guys and be like, hey, do your job and like protect us. She needs help. Because most people were terrified by them. They didn't really come off as helpful. Like, you know, yeah. They're not very approachable. So later in the concert, Jefferson Airplane was playing. okay? And once again, someone in the crowd knocked over one of the bikes by the stage. Oh no. A
Not
Hell's
again.
Angel pulled the guy to the ground and just started like pounding on him, beating his fucking ass. This really disturbed the lead singer of the band, Marty Ballin. Marty was just watching like his fans suffering, getting beat up, and that's not what he came to do. He came to play music. Like, it was not cool. So Marty, he tried to jump in and be like, hey, come on, chill. It's just a festival. Relax. But the Hells Angels, well, they turned to Marty and they knocked him out cold.
Dude, God, this shit gets so serious, like, so fast. And, like, this still happens. Like, people still throw shit at performers. Like, why? Why? For what?
On stage in front of everyone. Who gave them beer? I mean, if the talent they were hired to protect, they weren't even safe, then who is? And baby, things were about to get way worse. Apparently, one of the angels was high out of his mind, so he turned his attention to the stage where the band Crosby, Stills, and Nash were playing. And I guess he picked up one of the spokes off of his motorcycle, and he turns to one of the singers, Stephen Stills. He walked right up to him and just started like stabbing him in the leg over and over again. I don't know, he's on drugs. Stephen was carried away, so he obviously gets some medical attention. But even after this happened, the festival just kept
What the
going.
fuck?
So the Grateful Dead was supposed
Dude, what the fuck is this shit? What? What do you mean a spoke off his wheel? He broke his own wheel? The fuck?
to open for the Rolling Stones. So the Grateful Dead, they're in a helicopter, you know, being coptered in, okay? But once they get to the venue and they see from up top, they look down, they're looking, and they see like a zombie apocalypse looking situation of high, angry people. It was clear to them that there seems to be no stage, okay? And then eventually word got back to them that there were musicians who were actually injured. And most of all, security was a flop. So, helicopter, they're like, oh shit, that doesn't look good. So at this point, they're like, you know what? We need to get the hell out of here. This is not going to work. So instead, they helicoptered, just kept going, okay? They're like, fuck that, we'll do a drive-by. Now that they weren't performing, the crowd had to wait an extra 2 hours before the Rolling Stones would come on. So it's packed, porta potties probably full, no water, no food, just alcohol, drugs, party, you get it. So they're waiting 2 hours, okay? I mean, the venue itself, it wasn't like fully lit, so for 2 hours, you're just kind of sitting in the dark, or like, you know, and who knows if someone's taking a shit in front of you. They're pooping on your shoe. They're just shitting on your shoe. You don't know until you smell it. Okay.
Ew. Ew, stop.
So then, also, there were rumors. There had been many rumors that there were multiple women who gave birth at Altamont. I know. Imagine giving birth in that. I mean, yeah, imagine. But if you were one of them, please call in or leave a comment below. I want to hear about your experience as the baby or the mother. Great. So by the time the Rolling Stones showed up, people were just rowdy, restless, mad, antsy, blah, etc., etc. Bad vibes. According to Grace Slick of Jefferson Airplane, she said,
down.
quote, the vibes are bad. I had expected the loving vibes of Woodstock, but that wasn't coming at me. This was a whole different thing, end quote. Vibes. When the Stones started getting
the vibes are down, you're boring.
Ready to play their show, the crowd goes wild. It was finally happening, right? All the suffering for hours and hours was finally gonna be worth it. But this is Altamont, so, you know. Apparently just minutes after Mick Jagger showed up, some guy was like, oh, hey, you. And then he just goes up to Mick Jagger and punches him in the face. Yeah,
Oh my
welcome
God.
to the festival, friend. You've been initiated in. But unlike the Grateful Dead, Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones, they couldn't just turn around and leave. This whole thing was their idea. And they needed
This is such a disaster. I think it's about to get even worse.
the festival footage for their documentary, okay? Take the stage and play regardless. Just ignore it, you guys. Just ignore that punch to the face. Just keep going. So some people had left because they just didn't want to wait, okay? But plenty of people, they did stay. And it's been reported that between 4,000 to 5,000 people were just pushing their way to the edge of the stage, just trying to get closer. Like thousands of people, okay? And these people were expecting one hell of a show after what they were put through that night. You better dance, monkey, dance. Right after the Rolling Stones started playing, the crowds started shoving each other and shouting at the stage, just getting out all that pent-up energy from
Classic.
standing around all day. I watched some of the footage of the festival, and honestly, the Rolling Stones, they look a little scared. They were not expecting this, okay? And plus, they were really disturbed by the way the Hells Angels were treating the crowd. Mick at one point tries to do some damage control. He essentially tells the crowd like, hey, hey, I'm not gonna play if you guys don't settle down. Like being a parent, you know? I mean, he was doing this for everyone's safety, but they didn't take it like that. They took it like children. And it made him angrier. People started risking the wrath of the angels and climbing those expensive speaker towers, all so they could get a glimpse of their favorite band. One of those fans was an 18-year-old man named Meredith Hunter. Hunter had come all the way from Berkeley to attend this free festival, and he came with his girlfriend. He was going to the festival specifically to see the Rolling Stones. I mean, apparently he was a huge fan. So after waiting hours, you know, going just being patient, Hunter's girlfriend, she was like, I want to leave, babe. But Hunter insisted on staying. You know, he's got to see the Stones. Like so many other people, Hunter decided to climb the sound equipment so he could get a better view. Unfortunately, he was spotted by an angry member of the Hells Angels. They pulled Hunter down, they slammed him onto the ground, and they started beating the shit out of him. Before he got to Altamont, Hunter's sister had warned him. At the time, Alameda County, where the festival was taking place, was known for its racism, and Hunter was black. It was reported that he packed a gun for self-defense, and while the Angels were beating him up, Hunter just kept trying to get away. And when he finally managed to pull away from them, he pulled out his gun. There are some reports that say Hunter was going to shoot the Rolling Stones, or he was going to shoot like someone else with his gun. And
I mean, probably not.
There are other reports that say Hunter was high out of his mind, that he could barely walk. But no one really knows, because what happened next happened so fast. A Hells Angel named Alan Passero saw Hunter's gun. So he rushed over, he pulled out a knife, and he stabbed Hunter in the side and the back over and over again. While that's happening, the Rolling Stones, they could tell something was wrong, but they couldn't see like what was happening. They couldn't see what was going on, so they stopped playing. Some people in the crowd watched the whole thing go down and like desperately tried to get Hunter some help. But according to witnesses, the Hells Angels blocked the way of anyone who was trying to get Hunter medical attention. Mick Jagger noticed something was happening. He even called into the mic.
It's a gang. So, yeah. Of course they did. Of course they kept everyone from entering. Typical.
Microphone, like, we've got someone hurt here. Is there a doctor trying to, you know, get some help for the guy? And Mick has told reporters they considered stopping the show, but the crowd most likely would have even like gotten crazier and would have, quote, degenerated into a full-scale riot. Honestly, probably true. Yeah. So the Stones, they just kept playing. Nobody came to help Hunter. And sadly, he was declared dead at the scene. It happened all before the Rolling Stones even finished their set. Now here's the saddest thing. Those cameras that were recording the festival, you know, the footage for the Rolling Stones, it had actually captured Hunter's last moments live on camera. Yeah, and then in the footage, you can see Alan attacking Hunter, and they even used the footage from the festival in the criminal murder trial that happened against Alan. Alan was convicted of
Damn.
murder, but then he was released a few years later. Yeah, I don't know. The court had decided that he had the right to kill Hunter out of self-defense. I fucking roll. Sadly, like, Hunter wasn't even the only person who died at the festival. There was one man that, sadly, we don't have the name of. His identity was never released. But he too, he had died the night of the festival. There was an irrigation ditch nearby, and I guess he had gone over there. He took some LSD, he had gone over there, and he had drowned. Mark Feger and Richard Sovlov were sitting with a group of people around a campfire after the festival had ended. So they are on the side of the street at the Altamont Speedway when fucking out of nowhere, they were suddenly struck by a sedan. Jesus. I mean, and on top of that, whoever did it, they fled the scene, leaving the two men dead. Mark and Richard were both only about 22 years old. And
Dude, that's insane. Like, a hit and run, like, how the fuck could you just leave? How could you just go away after that? That's fucking so sick.
they never found the fucking driver. The Altamont Festival disaster was on the front covers of a ton of newspapers all weekend. The people of Alameda County were not expecting this foolery going on. They thought it was gonna be, again, chill, vibes, hippies. But unfortunately, news, the end of the 60s, there was like a lot going on. And by next week, people had moved on. The story was no longer interesting, and that was it. No one was talking about how the Speedway property was damaged or how cars were stolen, how tons of people were injured or killed. And all of this, especially Hunter's murder, represented a horrible end to an era of progress, right? It was like, what the fuck happened? For years, the Stones went out of their way to not talk about this festival thing at all. They're like, what festival? We don't know her. No, that never happened. It's a lie. They still tour today,
Typical.
and their concerts have been described today as extremely professional and tightly organized affairs. That was a quote. I know, wow. So if you ever meet them, for me, will you ask, hey, what was up with that thing? Did that really happen? The Altamont Speedway thing? And just see what they say. I want to know. Thank you. Keith Richards eventually commented on the festival to the Washington Post saying, quote, it was just sort of a nightmarish day, not just for us, but for everybody, end quote. Between this and the death of Sharon Tate, I know, out of left field, but think about it, it's the end of the 60s. So the death of Sharon Tate, this awful festival situation, people declared that the spirit of the 60s was officially dead. It was getting real violent, wasn't it? It seemed like all the positive things that had happened in the decade were completely gone. Civil rights, gender equality, all the peace and love that came with counterculture movements. Nobody had that warm, fuzzy, optimistic feeling anymore. For a while, the Rolling Stones were known as, quote, that band that was responsible for Altamont, end quote. And their reputation was only saved when they released the footage from their tour in 1970. It was a documentary called Gimme Shelter. Gimme Shelter. The documentary was about their legacy, okay? And it kind of like saved their ass and gave them it gave them back their good name. Because honestly, their tour looked cool as shit. They kind of glossed over the rest, or how it ended, we should say. It reframed their narrative as a once-in-a-lifetime rock band. And the Altamont Festival was just a little bump in the road. It was no big deal. Never happened, really. That Altamont writer, Joel, pointed out that the Stones didn't do the right thing when it came to Altamont, saying, quote, the few times they've addressed it, there has not been the slightest acceptance of responsibility. The Stones left town without paying any of their bills. That was a pirate trip. They came to the island, they ransacked it for booty and young maidens, and then they made it back home, end quote.
Classic.
Drag them, yeah. So they ended up having to face one scary consequence, though. After the film premiered, the Rolling Stones actually faced multiple assassination attempts by the Hells Angels. But
Damn.
I guess it never got to them. Nowadays, Altamont is known as like the evil cousin to Woodstock. Altamont was a free spirit. Altamont just wanted to be different, okay?
It's not like the other festivals, okay? Okay? There's just a little bit more murder.
Yeah. They're like, leave me alone, Dad. It got like all this heat for bringing the peace and love movement of the 60s to an end. And like, again, no one really even got in trouble for the festival. It was essentially one big blame game. Everyone said it was the Grateful Dead's fault. Yeah, it was their fault. Or some blamed the Rolling Stones. Their fault. Or they were like, it was the Angels. Yeah, I mean, they were just looking, it was a lot of that. No one wanted to own up to it, obviously, you know? I think we can agree that that's shitty, especially for the families of the people who were killed. Great. But friends, let me just say this. Altamont is what happens when you cut corners and go with the cheaper, less safe option. That's the takeaway, right? Yeah.
Like Fire Festival or Burning Man or a million other examples.
Yeah. So next time you go to the festival and you have to go through security and they have to like search you, don't roll your eyes, okay? There's a reason why. They're trying to take your money. Just kidding. They're trying to help and make sure no one's gonna get, you know? They're just trying to make sure things are safe. You're welcome. Well, what do you have to say? Anyone? Notes, feedback, suggestions? You guys never add anything. It's driving me nuts. Paul's dead. I don't know if you know this. I'm just gonna keep pointing it out, okay? But listen, thanks for listening. Thanks for being here and hanging out with me. Let me tell you about next week, because next week we'll be talking about a groundbreaking human rights movement that many people are not familiar with. This movement took on the government, the education system, and even the Vietnam War. Yeah. And it was led by a couple of badass activists that created a union so powerful, they still take on U.S. politicians to this very day. Next week, we'll be talking about the Chicano movement. Snaps. I'll see you there, babe. And also, you can join me over on my YouTube, where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, you can also catch my murder, mystery, and makeup. Let's just forget about it. Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by Bailey Sarian, hi, Junia McNeely from 3 Arts, Kevin Rush, and Matt Enlow from Maiden Network.
That was good. Always good. Well, usually good. He's usually good. Like most of the time good. I don't know if I have like energy to do a fun thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm pretty tired. I'm pretty beat. I did a lot today. And I still have more to do still. So that'll probably be it. I'll be back tomorrow with some video essays and chill stuff. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. I hope that you have a very good evening. Drink some water, take care of yourself. Bye-bye.